Yeah, well, thank you. What do I need to make it, honey?
Okay, let's go ahead and get started here. Get some people still coming in. We'll get started now. Good to see everybody made it through the windstorm last night. Made it to the town meeting. I'd like to start off by everybody standing for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. The flag is over here on the stage. Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So before we move forward on the warning, we have a couple of people that would like to speak, say a few things. So we're going to start with Paul Gordon.
Good morning. Thank you all for coming out on this important day. Your attendance is greatly appreciated. I'd like to remind you that the town has an official website, londonderryvt.org, and I would encourage you to bookmark the page in your browser and visit the site often, as it is updated regularly and has a community calendar to remind and inform you about meetings and activities. I'd also recommend that you sign up for the town email distribution list and the Front Porch Forum, whose information can also be found on that website. I'll keep this as short as possible, but there are some important items I'd like to address this morning. The first is to recognize and thank the dozens and dozens of volunteers that serve tirelessly to better our community. I'm not going to mention names, as I'm sure to miss someone, but I'd like you to know that there are 39 elected positions listed on page 2 of your town report. There are also 10 other town boards and committees comprising approximately 65 people that serve your town. Your town has 21 employees, 7 full-time and 14 part-time, including your dedicated office staff, highway department, and transfer station. In addition, by my count, we have about a dozen nonprofit and volunteer organizations accounting for approximately 190 people that give countless hours. If you are one of those people that I just mentioned that help the town, would you please stand for a moment so we can thank you? If you didn't get to stand just a minute ago, could I encourage you to become involved? Volunteer, run for an organization, help where you can. Everyone has talents to share. One person that I would like to single out this morning is Kevin Beatty, who has served as a selectman and our first town administrator. Kevin was presented a certificate of appreciation at a select board meeting in January. He will continue to serve the community as our emergency management director, FEMA buyout administrator, and of course with the rescue squad. We are grateful for his service. Kevin, I didn't see you come in, but if you are here, would you please stand? I would also like to introduce to you this morning our new town administrator, Stephanie Thompson. Stephanie joined us in November. If you haven't met Stephanie, stop by and introduce yourself this morning. Let me turn for a moment to the budget and articles on the warning. Your select board, administrator, treasurer, committee chairs, and department heads have worked many hours to present a responsible 2016 budget and other monetary articles for your consideration. We fully understand that our tax burden continues to increase, primarily due to state education funding. Your town budget has remained fairly constant over the last few years, but we are falling behind in areas that are addressed in the articles. We ask for your consideration on these articles today. Thank you.
Next up, Matthew Moser has his presentation. Thank you, Jim. I wanted to take a moment to thank someone that's very special to our community. Probably some 12 years ago in my time, a guy came up to my house and said, "Do you want to join South Londonderry Fire?" And I said, "Well, sure." So the next night I found myself wrapped up in a chief jacket, people searching for me in fake smoke, and the rest has been history. So you've seen Chief Lang in front of you all for the last 26 years as Chief of South Londonderry Fire. And we just wanted to take a moment to thank him for tireless service, and in front of there's more to come. So this is just the town part there, Chief. So we're not done with him yet. But for you all, we wanted to know, so you all know what this man has done for your community and your town. So without taking too much time, I know we have a long agenda, I just wanted to present this. We now pass Chief Lang in recognition of your 26 years of tireless and honorable dedication to champion fire and the citizens who you serve. From 2/14/1990 to 2/10/2016. Chief Lang, thank you very much, sir. Okay, we'll start going through the warning now. I'm going to get through the first article where we elect the moderator, and then the moderator will take over from there. This is the warrant for the Londonderry Town Meeting. The inhabitants of the town of Londonderry, Vermont, who are legal voters of the town meeting, are hereby notified and warned to meet at their town hall Tuesday, March 1st, AD 2016 at 9:30 a.m. to act on the following articles, namely, business to be transacted from the floor on Tuesday, March 1st, 2016. Article 1, choose a moderator to preside at town meeting. I will now accept nominations for the position of moderator.
I nominate Wendell Coleman.
Wendell Coleman's name has been placed in nomination. Is there a second?
There's that second.
We have a second.
I would like to say one thing. I was asked if I would do this. I said if elected, I would serve, but I want to be completely upfront with you. I've been living in South Burlington for the last 2 months, and very shortly after this meeting, I'm going to ask to lose my official residence there. So I just want you to know that I'm kind of got one foot out the door.
But it's still in the door for today, right? Any other nominations for the position of moderator?
I move nominations be closed and the clerk cast one ballot.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor of Wendell Coleman for moderator, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Congratulations, Wendell. That's all yours. Well, I see that you don't want me out there creating mischief.
All right, I'm going to read the rest of the warning to you. So Article 2 will be to act on the report of the auditors. Article 3, to elect town officers required by law to be elected at this meeting. And you can look down the list of officers on page 2, and you will see where they are. You will stop for that article at trustees for Memorial Park. Excuse me, Parks Board, Mike. So Article 4 is to elect one Parks Board member for a 5-year term. Article 5, to elect 2 members for the Red Board for a term of 3 years. That's the Nottingham Red Regional Education District School Board, i.e. 6, to elect 1 trustee for public funds for a term of 3 years. 7, to elect 1 Memorial Park trustee for a term of 5 years. 8, shall the town raise a sum of $60,000 to be placed into the town's infrastructure improvement fund. Article 9, shall the town of Londonderry vote a sum of $86,000 to fund contracting with the Vermont State Police for policing of the town of Londonderry. Article 10, shall the town approve to raise a sum of $100,000 to be put into the Highway Equipment Reserve Fund. Article 11, shall the town vote to approve the purchase of a parcel of land located approximately 6,600 to 6,950 Route 100 at a cost of $150,000 to finance the land purchase as follows, and conditioned upon the following funds being available for the purchase. 1, to raise approximate sum of $30,000 towards the purchase through current taxes, and 2, to authorize the select board to finance the sum of $120,000 over a period not to exceed 5 years. Article 12, to see if the town will vote for a general fund. And Article 13, shall the town vote for its taxes to be paid to the town treasurer as provided by law, due date to be on or before October 1st, 2016. Article 14, shall the town raise a sum of $20,000 on the grand list for the Champion Fire Company number 5. Article 15, shall the town vote to raise a sum of $1,000 for the Londonderry Conservation Fund. Article 16, shall the town raise a sum of $6,000 on the grand list for the Londonderry Volunteer Rescue Squad. Article 7, shall the town vote to raise a sum of $26,000 for the Mountain Valley Medical Center. Article 8, shall the town vote to raise a sum of $10,000 for the South Londonderry Library Association. Article 9, shall the town vote to raise a sum of $2,000 for the West River Montessori School to be used towards their new toddler program. And then Article 20 is a long list of organizations who have requested some funding from us. I am not going to, at this moment, read them all. Article 21, shall the town vote to raise a sum of $4,800 for the partnership. Article 22, shall the town vote to raise a sum of $5,300 for the Southern Vermont Economic Development Strategies. And Article 23, to transact any other business that may legally come before the meeting. There are some empty seats up front, quite a number, so please come up and take a seat. I also would like to mention before we go to Article 2 that in the balcony we have a lot of 8th graders from Clubbrook School. I fear that they're here to do a historical documentation of a dying form of government, but I'm glad you're here. We'll get to the dying form of government later in this meeting. Not specifically about this meeting. Okay, Article 2, to act on the report of auditors. You can find that on pages 3 through 12. And could we get a motion on Article 2? And then we can open the floor for any discussion. Could you please? You got it? Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
If there is no objection, I'm going to halt procedure. I know that in the middle of a motion, but this could have some discussion. Oliver Olson, our representative, stepped in. I know he has got a hectic schedule to try to meet with 5 different towns during the town meeting. And so, again, hearing no objection, I'm going to recognize Oliver and let him come up here. And then we will continue with this. And I thank you for that.
Great, thank you, Wendell, I appreciate it.
Thank you all. Great to see so many people out at town meeting today. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Oliver Olson. I live here in Londonderry and I'm your representative up in Montpelier. So I'm going to speak briefly about some of the things going on in Montpelier and take a few questions. But before I do so, there are a couple of folks here today whom I'd like to recognize on behalf of the state legislature. So the first person I'm going to recognize has, both of these individuals, by the way, have served the town of Londonderry for many years. The first person, and what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to read a resolution that was adopted by the House and the Senate this month in honor of their service. So I'm going to go ahead and read the first resolution here. So this is a House concurrent resolution honoring Chief George Lang on his outstanding 42 years of devoted service at the Champion 5 South Londonderry Fire Department. Offered by myself, as well as Senators Campbell, McCormick, and Nitka, who are your state senators for Londonderry. And the resolution reads as follows. Whereas there are 2 fire departments in Londonderry, Phoenix, serving the central section of town, and the Champion 5 South Londonderry Fire Department, Champion 5. And whereas in 1974, George Lang began his volunteer career on the Champion 5 force, dedicating his time to mastering all aspects of serving on and eventually managing a volunteer fire department. And whereas he proved a dedicated and skilled firefighter who took great pride in serving his community in this important and essential role. And whereas after George Lang had volunteered at Champion 5 for 16 years, his colleagues decided that his experience and temperament were ideal for him to serve as the fire company's 6th chief. And whereas during the past 26 years, George Lang has been an active chief, always working to keep Champion 5 technologically current. And whereas, as chief, he served on 4 truck committees and secured significant funding from the Federal Emergency Management Agency, the state of Vermont, and local nonprofit organizations. And whereas George Lang has decided that it is time to pass on the chief's portfolio to another firefighter, and whereas, although George Lang will assume the title of retired chief, he does not plan to conclude his firefighting career and has been quoted as saying that as long as you guys let me in the door, he will continue to answer the fire alarm's call to service. Now therefore it be resolved by the Senate and House of Representatives that the General Assembly honors Champion 5 South Londonderry Fire Department Chief George Lang on his outstanding 42 years of devoted service, and be it further resolved that the Secretary of State be directed to send a copy of this resolution to George Lang.
Thank you, George.
The next individual I'd like to recognize has served the town of Londonderry for many years in many different capacities. He's someone whom I've had a great deal of discussion with over the years about a number of public policy matters, someone whom I have learned a great deal from and have a great deal of respect for. That would be Wendell Coleman, who is celebrating his final year as your town moderator and will be moving from Londonderry. So this resolution is also offered by myself and Senators Campbell, McCormick, and Nitka, and the resolution reads as follows. Whereas Wendell Coleman has resided in the town of Londonderry for over 6 decades, and whereas, after graduating from the former Leland and Gray Seminary in Townsend, he earned a bachelor's degree in education at the University of Vermont. And whereas public education is a topic of great importance for Wendell Coleman, and he served on the Floodbrook Union School Board for many years. And whereas, when the General Assembly enacted 2010 Acts and Resolves number 153, providing for the voluntary merger of school districts into a new regional education district, a RED, Wendell Coleman chaired the Mountain Town RED Merger Study Committee. And whereas this voluntary endeavor resulted in the formation of the first RED in the state, the Mountain Town RED, of which he is now a member. And whereas, for 5 bienniums, 1989 through 1998, Wendell Coleman represented the town of Londonderry in the House of Representatives. And whereas, he served a term each on the Committee on Committee on Government Operations and the Committee on Fish, Wildlife, and Water Resources on 3 terms, including one as Vice Chair on the Committee on Natural Resources and Energy. And whereas, closer to home, Wendell Coleman served as the Londonderry Town Agent, performing the office's various fiduciary duties. And whereas, I know if somebody can tell me what those are, you'll get a gold star. Whereas most recently, Wendell Coleman has presided at the Londonderry Town Meeting in his role as the municipality's town moderator, and as an individual who has long served in local and state legislative bodies, he is well acquainted with the process of conducting in this type of forum. And whereas 2016 will be Wendell Coleman's final year presiding at the Londonderry Town Meeting, as he will soon be moving from the community that has been his home for most of his life. And whereas Wendell Coleman has served the citizens of Londonderry with diligence and distinction, and has left his mark on the town's civic life, now therefore be it resolved by the House and Senate that the General Assembly honors Wendell Coleman for his local and state public service on behalf of the citizens of the town of Londonderry, and be it further resolved that the Secretary of State be directed to send a copy of this resolution to Wendell Coleman. So with that, I'll share a few brief comments and then take some questions. So let me talk a little bit about some of the challenges that I see facing the state of Vermont and my priorities as your representative in Montpelier. So from my perspective, I think the biggest issue facing Vermont today for the foreseeable future is our changing demographic profile. We have the second oldest state in the nation and one of the lowest birth rates. We see the manifestation of these trends in everything from our declining student enrollment to a shrinking number of taxpayers under age 65. Over the past 7 years, we've lost over 10,000 taxpayers under age 65. We've lost over 10,000 students over the past 10 years from our pre-K through 12 education system. Meanwhile, we've had increasing pressure, spending pressure on our human service system and our education system, even in the face of an anemic economic climate and a weak tax base. Getting to the root of these issues and finding solutions that reverse this trend is not an easy task. It's not something that's going to happen overnight. There is no silver bullet. It's something that's going to require a multifaceted approach. But making Vermont, and our region in particular, a great place to live a great place to live, work, and raise a family has been and continues to be one of my greatest priorities. And from where I stand, there are a number of issues that underpin this, and a number of areas where we need to maintain focus. And 2 of the biggest are education and economic development. Maintaining a high-quality education system in Vermont is critical to retaining and attracting young families to our state. But we've found this to be increasingly challenging in an environment where we've had declining enrollment, which has limited access to resources. Act 46, which I won't go through in detail. Hopefully many of you have been in one of the forums that I've put on outlining Act 46 and the goals of Act 46, is a response to these demographic changes that we've seen. This did not come about. This is as an easy decision. There are things about Act 46 that I like. There are things about Act 46 that I don't like. But there are no easy choices in the face of the declining enrollment that we continue to see. And it is incumbent upon us as policy leaders in Montpelier, it's incumbent upon us as local communities to work together to find ways in which we can continue to maintain and improve the high-quality system of education that we have in a rational and sustainable manner. Economic development is another related issue. And if you look in Chittenden County, things are very rosy. And Chittenden County being the most populous most populated part of Vermont, oftentimes skews the numbers. But as we all know, when you get outside of the Burlington area, the economic situation is very different, and particularly so in southern Vermont. A number of leaders got together last year and really started to sound the alarm on the situation here in southern Vermont and the need to do something. Myself and several other legislators were successful in passing legislation that established a special economic development zone for southern Vermont, which encompasses Bennington, Windham counties, and the town of Weston, which is also part of my district. Establish a task force to look at the challenges that we're facing and to come up with some solutions that we can, some long-term solutions and recommendations for how we can turn things around. That committee met over the summer and the fall, concluded its business this December. It was chaired by Weston resident Wayne Brehnquist, many of you know. The committee presented its recommendations before the House and Senate Economic Development Committees a few weeks ago. We had a private meeting with the Speaker of the House, asking and listening his support for some of the specific recommendations within that report. And again, there's no easy fix. This is not an overnight process. But what we really need is a concerted focus on the issue of economic development and making that a priority here in southern Vermont. We can no longer ignore the challenges that we've been experiencing, and we need to ensure that there's urgent attention and continued focus on this long-term challenge. A few other notes. One, Vermont Health Connect. Many of you have contacted me over the past couple of years with various challenges you've all had with Vermont Health Connect. I happen to work in the IT industry, and I have seen and been part of many projects that have been IT projects that have been successful, some that have been not so successful, and I think it's fair to say that this experience would fall in the not so successful column based on my experience. I did not support the creation of Vermont Health Connect when this originally came before the legislature several years ago for many reasons, and one of them is that I felt pretty strongly at the time that this was well outside the scope of the state's ability to manage such a complex system. I was a lead sponsor last year of some legislation that allows folks who are not eligible for subsidies to direct enroll. In other words, to enroll directly through Blue Cross Blue Shield and bypass the whole Health Connect morass. But again, many people are not able to take that path if you're on subsidies, any kind of tax subsidies. Many of the problems have been resolved over the past year. Things were relatively quiet, but in the last 3 to 4 months, I've seen a real spike in issues. I'm all of a sudden getting a lot of calls from folks who are having problems, re-enrolling, renewing, changing circumstances, etc. What I would ask is if you do run into challenges, please call me. That's what I'm here for. I'm happy to help resolve those issues. Try not to beat your head against a brick wall too many times. If you get to a point where you're just not making progress, just give me a call, and I'm happy to resolve the issue. So a few other small notes. One of the other big areas that I am focused on managing is the continued threat we see to school choice. School choice is near and dear to our communities in this area. Unfortunately, it has been for many years now and continues to be under attack. There was actually a piece of legislation introduced by 7 of my colleagues that would prohibit the funding of independent schools like Burton through the education system. There have been other more subtle attacks on the system of school choice that we have. My job as your representative is to make sure that those pieces of legislation do not come into law. But it's something that requires constant attention and vigilance, and it's something I would encourage you all to be mindful of, as we head into a year where we have, elections for new governor, new lieutenant governor. So a couple other points. One is I have Senator Bill Doyle has served the state of Vermont for nearly 50 years in the state Senate. He has a tradition that started roughly 40 years ago of a town meeting survey. If any of you are interested in filling out the survey, he loves getting as many responses as he can from throughout the state to gauge public opinion on a variety of subjects. I've left a stack of these. Oh, they're out. They're being passed around, so if you get a chance and you can complete one of those and leave it in, Kelly, I'm happy to come pick that up at some point this week. So the final comment I want to make, and then I'll open it up for any questions. I just want to take a moment to thank the municipal officials and school board members who serve our community, the volunteers with the ambulance service, volunteers with our fire departments, who all selflessly serve our community. And on a day like today, I particularly want to thank folks, Kelly and her team in the town office for presiding over our primary election. Many of you may not realize, but the polls close at 7 o'clock. There's a fairly lengthy process to close out things at the end of the day. It can be and is a very long day, and definitely would urge you to express your gratitude for the hard work that all these folks do. So with that, I'll open up for a few quick questions, and then I'm off to my next town meeting. This is number 2 out of 5. Yes?
Hi, Oliver.
Listen.
I just think it's important that all of our community members understand with Act 46 that we are not the norm. The enrollment at Floodbrook School, as well as in our area, we're not declining. We're actually increasing. So although we talk about Vermont as a whole, where we have declining enrollments, our area does not have declining enrollment.
Thank you, Melissa. And that's a really important point. In fact, if you look at the past 4 years, the Mountain Town Red has seen a roughly over 10% increase in enrollment, which is really significant when you look across the state and you see almost the exact opposite of that. And even some communities closer to here, I've seen some pretty alarming trends. So I think it's a real, when we see enrollment going up like that, this speaks to the quality of life and the value that young people place on having a high-quality education. I think the folks at the Mountain Town Red Board do a phenomenal job. The folks at Floodbrook do a phenomenal job. Having school choice for high school is clearly a draw to our community. All these things make this a great place to live, and is a really important part of the strategy of attracting and retaining a younger workforce. Other questions? Yes?
With that, didn't you say the other night that our school taxes would go down?
Yes. And so one thing to keep in mind, so your school taxes, there was a big spike, as many of you may recall, in school taxes last year. Most of that had actually nothing to do with school spending. It had to do with some other factors. But because of a number of factors, including increasing enrollment, your education taxes are actually going to go down this year. And the one thing to keep in mind is when you have our education tax rates are set based on the cost per student. So if you have fixed costs and you increase the number of pupils, your cost per student actually goes down, and that will actually push your taxes down. So pre-Act 60, the conventional wisdom was a lot of folks didn't like when a lot of kids moved into town because they thought their taxes would go up. It's actually the opposite. If the more students that move in, you actually make better, more efficient use of your fixed assets, and you're able to realize a lower tax rate. Cool. All right. Seeing no other questions, I will let you guys get on to a very busy town meeting agenda. So thank you all. It's my pleasure to serve you. And again, if you ever have any questions or concerns, comments, I'm always available. Feel free to email or call me. Great, thank you.
Thank you, Oliver, and happy travels.
Thank you.
Okay, we had a motion and a second on Article 2 to act on the report of the auditors. Is there discussion on that motion? And again, that report is on pages 3 through 12 in your book. If there is no discussion, all those in favor of approving the report of the auditors, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? And the motion passes on a voice vote. Article 3, to elect town officials required by law to be addressed at this meeting. We have 2 positions open on the select board. One is a 3-year position currently held by Paul Gordon. And I would open the floor for nominations for a 3-year position to the Board of Selectmen. Yes.
I nominate Paul Gordon.
And your name, sir?
I second that.
So we have a nomination, actually does not need a second. Nominations do not need a second. So Paul Gordon has been nominated. Are there other nominations for a 3-year position on the Board of Selectmen? If not, okay.
Move the nominations be closed and the secretary cast.
Marge Fish has moved that the nominations be closed and the secretary cast 1 ballot, or the town clerk in this case, for Paul Gordon. Is there a second to that motion?
Dale, second.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second to have the clerk cast 1 ballot for Paul Gordon. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? And the motion carries on a voice vote. Paul, congratulations. Now we have an opening for a 2-year term. It is currently held by Kathy Arraghi. Her term is expiring. Are there nominations for a 2-year term for the Board of Selectmen?
Nominate Kathy Arraghi.
And your name, please?
Sheila Sullivan.
Thank you. So Kathy Arraghi has been nominated. And
I nominate Will Reed. This is Rob House.
so Will Reed's name has been placed in nomination. Are there further nominations for a 2-year spot on the select board?
Yes, Wendell, I nominate Susie Wyman.
Susie Wyman. So we now have Susie Wyman's name in nomination. Are there further nominations? If not, I'm going to declare nominations closed. We will have a paper ballot. The 3 names that have been nominated are Paul Gordon, No. Excuse me, Paul's already elected. My apologies. Kathy Ergy, Will Reed, and Susie Wyman.
Can we hear from the candidates, please?
Yes, we've had a request to hear from the candidates, and I will certainly honor that request, assuming the candidates want to be heard from. So anyone, Susie, do you have something you'd like to say?
I think mostly everybody knows.
Microphone's over here, we all want to hear.
Birthday.
We can use this one.
Leave me alone, birthday. Take it off.
Pull it away from.
Hi, I think everybody knows me, Susie Wyman. I was born and raised in this town quite a few years ago. I've been very involved in the town of Londonderry. I was on the school board for 4 years. I'm on the board at Neighborhood Connections. I do fundraising for Mountain Valley Medical Center. I run the 4th of July parade and fireworks, and I've been on the Parks Board for, actually I don't remember how many years on that, 4 maybe. I'm very involved and interested in town activities and things that go on here, and thought this would be a good time for me to run for select board. And I appreciate all the select board does, and that's about it. Thank you.
Is Will Reed here, and would you like to get the end? Yes, come on.
Hi everyone, my name is Will Reed. I don't have the honor of saying that I was born in Londonderry, but not too far north in Rutland. And I was raised in Peru and now reside in Londonderry with my wife and 2 daughters. And I'm grateful to be able to have planted my roots here where I grew up, to have a family to raise, to work. And I look forward to getting involved in the community and doing my part. So thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Kathy Erby. Can you hear me? I was not born and raised in Londonderry. I was born and raised in Connecticut and very proud of it. I grew up in a small town in Connecticut, same issues that we have now here. In the meantime, I've been coming to Vermont since I was about 5 years old. It's a very important community to me. I decided to move here because I love Vermont. I love Londonderry. I think it's a great town. We have wonderful people here that have so much to offer. And I'm proud to be part of this town. I'm very involved. When I was in Connecticut, I was part of, some people might know this, Affordable Housing Partnership. It was state mandated in 1987. So Connecticut trying to reach some affordable housing. And they mandated every town to select a partnership of individuals in the town that can help determine how much affordable housing we had and what we can do to move forward. I was honored to be able to serve on that select board elected partnership. I served over 5 years on that until I moved to Newtown, Connecticut. I helped raise money for an awesome playground when I was there. That playground at that time would cost about $100,000. Put that into numbers now, it's a huge funding and a huge undertaking for the town of Brookfield to take to raise that. I was on the board, I'm a realtor for 26 years. We have a very strict code of ethics. I served on the Board of Arbitration when I was on the Fairfield County Association of Realtors. And this board is designed to oversee and look at complaints that come to the community, the real estate community, either by an agent against a client customer or an agent against an agent. And when you serve on this board, you have to have extreme integrity, honesty, good ethics, and a good sense of what people need, and just be a good individual. And I was honored to be elected to that board, and I feel very strongly that I did a good job when I was there. The state of Connecticut did not want to see any kind of lawsuits come past that board. They wanted to be resolved at that board, so it's very important. I have served with the Londonderry Rescue and been very involved, and it's a wonderful membership. And I have enjoyed doing that for the last since 2004. I do help with Neighboring Connections, not as much as I like. I raise money for the Face Off Against Breast Cancer. It is a tournament in Middlebury, Vermont, where they raise over $70,000 every year. They do their best. It's been a tough year this year. That goes to breast cancer patients in Vermont to help offset their needs. It could be electrical, it could be a drive down the road, it could be they have to go to another state for aid. It's a wonderful tournament, a wonderful fundraiser, and I'm proud to say that they usually raise over $70,000. And I personally raise a significant amount of money. I'm always their highest individual fundraiser. It means a lot to me. You know, I've dealt with breast cancer, and I know a lot of people that do. That being said, I am very honored to have served on the Londonderry Select Board. It's been a privilege to be able to be here for you, to do the best that I can. And I will continue to do that with your support, and I thank you.
Okay, I'm going to declare the ballot box open. May I have your attention? They don't. Is there anyone who still wants to vote? Quiet, please. Yeah. Is there anyone else who still wants to vote? Okay. We have people pulling other ballot duties here who have to get a chance.
Go down, you gotta get out the street.
Is there anyone else who wants to vote? Okay, ballot box is closed. Reverend Blackie would like to say something to you briefly.
Hi everybody, it's good to see you all out at town meeting. The First Baptist Church will once again be doing dinner downstairs. It's chilly, as well as a bunch of goodies to go along with it. I'm sure you can smell it, right? Yeah, it smells good. It is by donation, so there's no tickets or anything down there. You can go down and buy donation. There's also coffee and some other goodies down there. If we're in a break, you certainly can go down and have some coffee. The money that we raise is going towards the rebuilding of the church, and good news on that, we just got a matching grant for the sprinkler system, so for anything you give today, we will get $2 additional from a private family foundation that has agreed to help out with the family, with the sprinkler system. So, I encourage you to give, because it counts 3 for 1. So, thank you, and again, thank you for the use of the town building, for the town hall, for our services now. We are very grateful for the way that the town has helped us out with that as we continue to recover from the fire. And thank you for everybody who helped us out in town with all sorts of stuff having to do with the rebuilding project. Thanks.
And Richard Dale had something that he wanted to say to you.
Before the meeting started, I was handing out an emergency form to help us prepare for an emergency. You can complete the form, and to the left of the check-in there is a orange bag where you can put the form. Our purpose is to try and create a database so that Kevin, who is the emergency manager, has a total list of resources as well as some critical areas where there might be a need for some of those resources. Emergencies like Irene, or if you lost power last night, and if it was like last year in November where it lasted many days, that would constitute the emergency management team getting into operation. And so we're hopeful of creating the database, in particular the resources and the needs. Please fill the form out and we'll get that database up and running before we hope the next emergency.
And Mary Ann Morris of the Collaborative would like to say a few words to you.
Can we all agree? Hi, I'm Mary Ann Morris, and you were handed, if you were lucky, a survey this morning that the Collaborative will use to help plan its programs. The Collaborative, in addition to doing programs specifically for the mountain communities here, like the after-school program, mentoring program, summer camp, refused to use in 10 different schools in our community. We do county-wide initiatives in both Bennington and Windham County around substance use and substance use prevention and community wellness. This year the survey is a little bit different, so we really would appreciate your feedback. It's aligned with another organization's questions in Bennington County so that we can compare results around perceptions of substance use from the South Shire of Bennington County to the North Shire of Bennington County, all the way up through the mountain community. And we think that that'll be really valuable information for us to guide our messages and how we talk to towns and people and community members about substance use in our community. So if you haven't gotten one already, I'll have some on me the next time we have to take a break like this, so come see me. And if you have done one already, I'll have a box to put them in the back when we have a table free later in the day, or you can hand them directly to me, and I really do appreciate your time. Thanks.
Is there anyone else who might have a brief announcement or anything they would like to make? I get nearing the end of the ballot count, it looks like, but.
Here, wait. Put all of Kathy's together and I'll look at them. Here, where's Will? I have Will right here. There's Will. Who's got Kathy? These are Susie. This is
Will Reed had 65 votes, Susie Wyman had 58 votes, and Kathy Arraghi had 57 votes. It takes 92 votes to have a majority, so we're going to have to ballot again. Actually, the first time through, we just have to ballot again. After that, the whole person drops out. I believe is the way the rule is. If anybody wants to contest that, will. But I think it's just to straight another ballot to start out with.
Wendell, could you give those numbers again, please?
Yes, the numbers were, Will Reed had 65, Susie Wyman had 58, and Kathy Arregi had 57. Is there anyone else who wishes to vote? No one else wishing to vote? Okay, ballot box is closed. Is there anyone who has announcements or information that they would like to give to the body right now? If, Roz, did you want?
I have two announcements. The first one is there's a sign-up. I'm short. I have two announcements. The first one is the GNAT Day sign-ups are in the back. So if anyone would like to participate, Maureen and them would love to have your help. The second is I have a flyer on Act 46 and how it will affect us. We are trying to seek volunteers who would like to serve on this committee. It will probably be time consuming, however, we need your input. We're asking for someone to say a little blurb, send it to Ann Alford at BRSU if you would like to participate. We really could use you. We need to look into this deeply, see how it's going to affect us and what changes are going to come about because of the state mandating this. So I have flyers. There wasn't a room on the table for them. So
But you are sitting back there.
I am sitting back there as a ballot clerk, so I will have them with me in the exit station. Thank you.
Well, there's no one else has anything. Roz gave me the segue because I was going to use some of this time to try to explain. Act 46 was a bill, it was not the bill number, but it's the official act number now that the legislature passed in the last, before they adjourned for the summer last year. It is going to have huge impacts on our community. And I know I've got a different audience here than we had at the school meeting. So we formed 5 years ago now a regional education district that combined our 4 towns into one school district. That is no longer sufficient. We are going to have to do more consolidation further out. The logical scenario at this point is at a minimum, unless we can find some total different arrangement, we will probably have to consolidate with Dorset and Manchester. Potentially in that group will be, with that group would be Sunderland, Danby Mount Tabor, thanks Neil. What it's going to be, the one real positive about this from our point of view, there's an absolute protection written into the bill for school choice for any municipality that had it at the time the bill passed. So, but and the preferred structure the legislature wants, they want an entire supervisory union, wherein we moved from the Windsor Southwest when we formed the Red, which was headquartered in Chester, to the Bennington Rutland Supervisory Union, which is headquartered in Manchester, in Shaftesbury, and includes, no, it's Sunderland, I said it right the first time. I'll switch those 2 places. But it's Manchester, Dorset, and numerous other places. It's considered the most complicated supervisory union in the state. which makes it very difficult for it to totally consolidate, even if that was the choice. The next thing the state will allow is to keep a supervisory union, but to consolidate as much as possible the number of districts in it. As much as possible really boils out to be that you have the same school choice set up. So we run a grade school, but we have school choice in high school. The same is true of Manchester and Dorset. So we will virtually be forced to consolidate there unless someone comes up with a very other novel idea. We have Shaftesbury is looking at the possibility of giving up their 7-8 choice and join us. And there are a couple of other possibilities there. So what Roz is talking about, by law, there has to be a study committee set up, much like the Red Study Committee that we had in doing the Red. By law, it will have at least one school board member on it. By law, it's strongly encouraged to get as broad a participation as far as ideas and organizations as we can get. So the school board is looking for volunteers. Roz has the forms, and if you pick one of those up, you'll read what will probably be expected of you, and if you have an interest, it gives you a contact just to send a very brief paragraph about why you're interested too. Oliver Olson thinks this is a great opportunity. Maybe it is. But there are some things that I want everyone to be aware are going to happen because of it, and not go into this half-blind. It is not written into the law, but we had the Floodbrook annual, or the Mountain Towns Red annual meeting the other night. That is probably the next to the last one that will ever exist. Potentially, possibly there are 2 more. But we are going to lose our floor meeting, which runs like this town meeting where people come and discuss a budget and vote on it. It's not written into the law, but we'll have to join with other people who don't have it. We will not have, our 4 towns will not have a majority of the votes on that new board. And realistically, that's 200 years governmental tradition that is going to go away. That's that simple. You will get to vote on the budget by Australian ballot if you so choose, and if you vote it down, the school won't have a budget and it'll have to be rewarned and all the stuff you read in the paper that we have avoided for all this time. Outside of that, it is really, really hard to predict what the benefits versus the downsides are. Potentially, there can be some coordination between school districts, better utilization of resources. Some have said maybe the whole area could create a middle school. And there are lots of possibilities. Things could work out well. There are other possibilities that do not work out so well. And one of them is, let's just hypothetically say we have 5 rural school districts that join. Say they're somewhere near the same size. They're geographically separated enough, and they're all large enough that nobody's talking about closing a school. And let's say that one of those schools is considered the best. What stops the rest from cannibalizing off it? I don't know the answer to that, except I think it's nothing. So we now have our votes, so we will continue with our meeting, and I thank you for at least stopping to think about this. Okay. We have 187 votes total. Did you calculate how many were you? Okay.
We did, but you can use the calculator.
I have a calculator right here. Okay, we had 187 votes total. It takes 79 to win.
No. 94. That new calculator.
187.
That darn common core.
5 by 2. Takes 94 to win, right? I hit the wrong key apparently. Okay, so 94 to win. Will Reed has 94 votes. Will Reed The other, Kathy had 38 and Susie had 55. So Will Reed has been elected to a 2-year term on the Board of Selectmen.
Just like to take a moment to thank Kathy for her service in this past term. She was a great asset to the select board.
I want to thank you all for your support, and it's been an honor and a pleasure to serve on the Select Board of Londonderry. You are a great group of people, and I'm very proud to be part of it. Thank you.
Will Reed, if you would like, you're welcome to come up to the table and have a seat.
The next position we have open is for a lister for a 3-year term. The expiring term is held by Sandra Clark. Are there nominations for a 3-year term Board of Listers? We actually don't need a second, but Sandra Clark's name has been placed in nomination. Are there other nominations for a 3-year term on the Board of Listers? We have a motion to have the clerk cast 1 ballot for Sandra Clark. Is there a second to that motion? Richard Dale seconded that. Any discussion? If not, all of those in favor of having the clerk cast 1 ballot for Sandra Clark, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passed on a voice vote, and Sandra Clark has been re-elected as a lister. Next position we have is first constable. This is a 1-year term, and the expiring term is held by Roger Sheehan. Are there nominations for first constable?
Nominate Roger Sheehan.
I think she knows you, but would you state your name, Matt?
Matthew Moser.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. Okay, any other nominations for first constable? If not, I would, Marge Fish moved that we have the clerk cast 1 ballot for Roger Sheehan. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Richard Dale seconded. Discussion? If not, all in favor of having the clerk cast 1 ballot, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? And the motion carries on a voice vote. So Roger Sheehan has been re-elected as first constable. Second constable, currently held by Nick Doan. This is also a 1-year term, so it also has expired. Are there nominations for second constable?
Nominate Nick Doan, Matthew Moser.
Nick Doan's name has been nominated. Are there further nominations for second constable? If not, I would entertain a motion for the clerk to cast 1 ballot. Emily Underwood moved to have the clerk cast 1 ballot for Nick Doan. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Who seconded? Oh, Claire Trask seconded. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of having the clerk cast 1 ballot for Nick Doan, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? And the motion carries on a voice vote. Nick Doan has been re-elected as second constable. Next position we have up is delinquent tax collector. This is also a 1-year term, and Joan Dayton has held this.
I nominate Joan Dayton.
Joan Dayton's name has been placed in nomination. Are there other nominations? If not, I would entertain a motion for the clerk to cast 1 ballot. Emily Underwood moved for the clerk to cast 1 ballot. Is there a second?
Second.
Name, please.
Joel Cooper.
Joel Cooper seconded. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of having the clerk cast one ballot for Joan Dayton for delinquent tax collector, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? And the motion carries on a voice vote. And Joan Dayton has been reelected as delinquent tax collector. Town grand juror. This is a one-year term currently held or has been held by Peter Pagnucco. Is there nomination for town grand juror?
Nominate Peter Pagnucco as position.
Peter Pagnucco's name has been placed in nomination. Are there any other nominations? If not, I would entertain a motion for the clerk to cast one ballot.
Move nominations be closed and the clerk cast one ballot.
Danny Cobb has moved that nominations be closed and the clerk cast one ballot for Peter Pagnucco. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Marge Fish seconded, maybe someone else too, but we only need one. Any discussion? If not, all of those in favor of having the clerk cast one ballot for Peter Pagnucco, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? And the motion carries on a voice vote. Peter Pagnucco's been reelected as town grand juror. I am going to ask the chair of the board, selectmen, to step forward now because I am the incumbent on the next one, and I am not running because I will not be a resident, but I'm still going to step out of the chair.
This time I'll accept nominations for the position of town agent.
Can you tell us what a town agent does?
I can't. Wendell can.
Yes, this is a very important position. Its duties are absolutely zero. It's required you elect someone. It is a historical thing. The legislature ought to get rid of this, I think. As near as I can tell, the town agent once served as like the town's attorney to advise the select board on legal matters and whatnot, but in this day and age, they hire lawyers to do that, so.
Get your name in the book. Any nominations for town agent? What's that? Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can nominate yourself.
I nominate Doug Bryant.
Doug Bryant's name has been placed in nomination. Doug is here. Doesn't he? Any other nominations?
Move nominations be closed and the clerk cast one ballot.
Is there a second?
Yes.
Marge Fish seconds. All those in favor of Doug Bryant for town agent, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Congratulations, Doug.
He was here. Okay, the next position to be filled is for a cemetery commissioner for a term of 5 years. It has been held by Patricia Wiley. It is my understanding that she is not running this year. So I would open the floor to nominations for a cemetery commissioner for a term of 5 years.
I nominate Maureen Cronin.
Danny Cobb nominated Maureen Cronin. Are there other nominations?
Yeah. I mean, he confirmed that to me.
If not, I would entertain a motion that nominations cease and clerk cast one ballot for Maureen Cronin. Emily Underwood moved and somebody over here, I think, seconded. Not, okay. Okay, it's been moved and seconded that the clerk cast one ballot for Maureen Cronin as cemetery commissioner. Any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? And the motion carries on a voice vote. And Maureen Cronin has been elected as Cemetery Commissioner. The next position is for Trustee of Public Funds. This is a 3-year position currently held by Michael Goodbody.
It sounds like it's not going to do anything for this.
Are there nominations for this position?
Looking at 2 sites in West
Esther Fishman nominated Michael Goodbody. Any other? What's that? Okay, excuse me, it's Article 6. It is the next one we have to fill. But, oh, red board, I skipped the red board. Okay, we're doing this, no problem. Right, so, thank you. I was reading off the list out of the book instead of off the warning, but if there's no objection, we have started Article 6. We will go back to Article 5 in a moment. It will be less time consuming that way. Go back to 4. So, Trustee of Public Funds is Article 6, and that was the one I brought up due to the order in this list. My apologies. But I see no harm, and if there's no objection, we'll just continue with Article 6 and then back up. So, we have a nomination of Michael Goodbody as Trustee of Public Funds. Any other nominations? We have a motion and a second to cast 1 ballot for Michael Goodbody for Trustee of Public Funds. You got the name. Any discussion? If not, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? And Michael Goodbody has been elected on a voice vote. Okay, now we'll go back to Article 4, the Parks Board. We need to elect 1 member to this. It is for a 5-year term, and the current position is held by Susie Wyman. Are there nominations for a Park Board member?
Nominate Susie Wyman.
Susie Wyman's name has been placed in nomination. Are there further nominations?
Isn't it for a 1-year term, not a 5-year term?
It's now a 5-year term. The one, they were originally, this was recently established, and they were staggered terms. The intent was it would all be 5-year terms once the rotation was established.
Got it, thank you.
Yes?
I nominate Trevor Bickford.
Trevor Bickford's name has been placed in nomination. Did you get the name right? Are there any other, yes?
Rachel Bacon-Febby.
Rachel Bacon-Febby has been nominated, and who made that nomination?
Wendy Aaron.
Are there further nominations for a Parks Board member? If not, I will declare nominations closed, and we will have a paper ballot. So, the names in nomination are... Yes.
I'm sorry, I missed the call for paper ballot. Did we call for paper ballot?
We have to elect people on a paper ballot.
Thank you.
People are elected by paper ballot. What's that? No, right. As Kelly has pointed out, I mean, anyone who does not wish
this nomination could withdraw, but as long as we have a contested election, 4 people, it must be a paper ballot. Susie Wyman's name is in nomination. Trevor Beckford and Rachel Febby, excuse me. B's instead of D's. So the ballot box is open. Two people have just shown up who still want to vote. Are there any more people who want to vote? Got one up back who was a ballot clerk. Probably is.
Where's his name? It's coming. Showed up.
Okay, is there anyone else who wants to vote? Yeah. If not, ballot box is closed. And while these votes are being counted, Dr. Roger Fox is here. He'd like to say a few words about the Mountain Valley Health Clinic.
Good morning. I hope you can hear me. Microphone is a microphone. The microphone makes me hyperventilate. Good morning. Can you hear me? This is the 40th year that I have been to your town meeting to expose myself to slings and arrows and to hear any comments you have about the health centre and to tell you that this has been a momentous year for the health centre in many ways. A lot has happened, a lot has changed. But after 40 years, the health centre has had to cease being the last independent, fully operational, non-profit health centre in the state because we couldn't afford it anymore. So we're now part of a larger organisation which I hope will stabilise the health centre for the future and allow it to be available to you for another 40 years, but I won't be here. You have a notice from your board of directors in your warning. I brought Linda Bickford with me in case you have any technical questions. I'd be pleased to answer any other questions or to hear any comments that you have.
How much longer does the town money go directly to Mountain Valley versus to the larger organizations?
That's a great question. Linda, do you want to address that? The question is, how much longer will the town money that you give for unrecompensed care that we provide to your neighbors, how long will it stay with the health center? The money physically may be lodged at Mountain Valley Medical Clinic in an account, or it may be at Springfield Hospital in an account, but it will be earmarked only for the use of defraying costs of unrecompensed care for people from the towns of Londonderry.
For the time period henceforth, or for this year, or still on
I can't speak for more than this year. I don't think anyone can, but that is the intention. Yes. May I answer any other questions? May I hear any comments? Obviously not. Thank you for your support.
Reading your report, it looks as though Mountain Valley, the corporation itself, will simply become a landlord, which you, I assume, are renting both the facilities and the equipment. Is that correct? And you have offsetting, you also have income coming in from Trenton.
Correct.
Okay.
May I expand on that? The question was, does now the Board of the Health Center merely become a landlord for the building? It's more complicated than that. Yes, it will remain the landlord of the building. It also will seek to provide things that are not provided by the larger organization. Most importantly, we will continue to run the clinical laboratory. The hospital didn't want to do that. If we had sent our laboratory work to Springfield, there would be an 8 to 12 hour turnaround, which is unacceptable. So we elected to run the lab ourselves. The lab has always lost money, like everything else, I'm pleased to say. And so part of the donations will go to supporting the lab and replacing the equipment, also replacing other equipment or buying things that would not otherwise be available to us at the clinic. So money that the town's appropriate goes entirely to unrecompensed care. Other donations from the annual donation will go for operating expenses of the building and the lab and any other projects that the board sees fit to encourage.
As those landlords, this overarching place, they pay you some rent, do they not?
There is no rent, it's $1 a year.
All right, thank you.
Behind, hi, Dr. Fox, Jane Morley, psychiatrist,
Yes, ma'am.
practitioner. So, being as a new resident to the area, yeah, I know you and I talked a little bit about this, about how when it comes to mental health services and substance abuse issues, right on the line, HCRS, Healthcare Rehabilitation Services, and United Counseling Services provide services here in the area. I think what's important to also recognize, however, is that with with Springfield hospital systems working with the different offices in the area, there's going to become greater partnership and funding issues around how community mental health services, emergency services, substance abuse treatment is delivered. I wonder if you can share with us what is your opinion about how those services are rendered, who best is providing those services, because my understanding in looking at the town budgeting is there's separate contributions being given to community mental health agencies. So I don't know if you care to comment on that.
Mental health has been ill-served in this area for a long time. Ever since I first came here, when attempts were made to bring a mental health worker to the area. I don't know the details of how the different agencies are supported. Suffice it to say that the Springfield Hospital umbrella contains an increased emphasis on mental health, which will be available in the area, and there will be increased psychiatric availability through the Springfield system, which has not been the case up till now. Because we're on the cusp of 3 different areas, United Counseling in Springfield, which is separate from, HCRS in Springfield, which is separate from Springfield Hospital, also exists, and United Counseling of Bennington County in Manchester also exists. All these agencies provide care in the area. May I answer any more questions? Thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Okay, your vote has been counted. There were 148 votes cast. That means that we need 74 to elect someone. Rachel had 36, Susie had 61, and Trevor had 47. So we need to vote again. has not voted, please do so rapidly. Is there anyone else who has not voted? Okay, ballot box is closed. Once we get the results of this, we're going to go on to Article 5. We will try to do Article 7. It is getting near lunchtime, but unless they're set up downstairs, I went down a minute ago, I would...
They're ready.
They're ready? If it does... Is it going to hurt if we don't break? We'd like to go through... Okay. We're going to try to go through Article 9 before lunch, and then we'll break for lunch. Okay? If someone wants seating, the balcony has lots of seats up there now. It may, but a lot of people want to get through it. So, you're right. Correct. That's correct. That is correct. Yeah. Anyone who has one of Senator Doyle's polls that they filled out, they can leave them right up here on the end of the stage where you see the yellow papers. No, that is What's that? Oh, no. Okay, listen to the results of your vote. There were 134 votes cast, 68 would elect. Susie Wyman had 71, Trevor 41, and Rachel 22. So Susie Wyman has been elected to the Parks Board.
Okay, moving on to Article 5. No, that's moving because we skipped back. So, we need to elect 2 members to the Mountain Towns Red School Board that runs Floodbrook School and is responsible for our high school students as well, and preschools. So, first one, let's take the term of Rosalind Clesos. Her term has expired. It is a 3-year term. Are there nominations for that position?
I nominate Rosalind Clesos.
Melissa Brown nominated Rosalind Clesos. Are there further nominations? Danny Cobb has moved that the clerk cast 1 ballot. We close the nominations. Clerk cast 1 ballot for Ros Clesos. Is there a second? Second. Rob Sheehan seconded. Discussion? If not, all those in favor of closing the ballot box and having the clerk cast 1 ballot for Ros Clesos, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes carry, passed on a voice vote, and Rosalind Clesos has been re-elected. I am going to turn the chair over to the chair of the Board of Selectmen. I am the incumbent on the other position that's up, and for reasons already explained, I am not a candidate.
So the next position is a 3-year term currently held by Wendell Coleman, who's not running again. I'll accept nominations for that term.
I nominate Jean Zanataro.
Jean Zanataro
Yes.
has been placed in nomination. Any other nominations?
Move the nominations to close. Clerk cast 1 ballot.
It's been moved and seconded to the clerk cast 1 ballot. All those in favor of Jean Zanataro, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Congratulations.
Okay, Article 7. To elect 1 Memorial Park trustee for a term of 5 years. Yeah, I'm going. Okay, so we actually have a situation here where we have 2 people who have resigned. The term of Taylor Barton is the one that's actually expiring. So, are those resignations completely official and you're trying to fill all? Yep. Okay, so we really have 3 positions here to fill. So is there a nomination for a trustee for Memorial Park for a term of 5 years? The resignations are Hillary Dolly and Julie Bacon-Snide.
I nominate Trevor Bickford.
Did you get that? Because I did not get the name.
Trevor Bickford.
Okay. Well, they're all 5-year terms, but we're doing, we'll say the one that Taylor Barton has been holding.
Taylor Barton here.
Yes.
Are you running again?
Yes.
Tell you what, no objections, we're going to do I'm trying to speed the meeting up without disrupting what anyone wants to do. So, Hillary Dolly has resigned, let's try to fill that seat.
Nadine Van Houten would like to run. I nominate Nadine.
Nadine?
Nadine Van Houten.
Okay, Nadine Van Houten's name has been placed in nomination.
Then Taylor's running again?
Well,
We're not doing that yet.
I mean, you can nominate whoever you want to. I'm certainly not telling you who you can't nominate. There are 3 positions open. They're all 5-year seats.
But they're not 5-year terms if they're finishing out someone else's term?
Nadine has 1. Hillary has 1 year left on her.
Okay. So these are differentiated. So right now we're doing a 1-year term, and the other was 2, you said?
3 left.
3.
On a 5.
Okay, so we're doing a 1-year position. Thank you. A 1-year position for trustee of Memorial Park. Currently, it was held by Haley Dowley, but she has resigned. And Nadine Van Houten has been nominated, and I thought at one point I heard a second name, but.
There was a Trevor Bickford. There was a Taylor.
There's another opening. Wait and nominate him for the other opening. You don't have to have a paper ballot.
Cast one ballot.
You're withdrawn. Okay, Susie Wyman withdrew her nomination.
There's 3, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's 3 positions.
Nominate him, cast one ballot.
And I'll second that.
For who?
For Nadine for the 1 year.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion on the floor, and did I hear, you seconded Danny?
Yeah, close enough.
And-
I think Maury said.
Okay. Seconded to have the clerk cast 1 ballot for Nadine. Excuse me, not Nadine. Who? Okay. Okay, Nadine Hooten. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of having the clerk cast 1 ballot, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? It's passed on a voice vote. Nadine Hooten has been elected to a 1-year term. Okay, now let's go to a 5-year term, which is currently held by Taylor Barton.
I'll second it.
Doesn't actually need a second, but thank you. So Taylor Barton's name has been nominated. Are there further nominations?
Move nominations be closed and clerk cast one ballot. Second.
Okay, that does need a second, has a second. Is there any discussion on having the clerk cast 1 ballot for Taylor Barton? If not, all in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? And it passes on a voice vote. Taylor Barton has been re-elected to a 5-year term. Now we're looking at a 3-year term. Julie Bacon-Snide resigned from that, so we have a vacancy. Do I have nominations?
Trevor. Bickford.
Trevor Bickford has been nominated. Are there other nominations?
Move nominations be closed and clerk cast one ballot. Second.
Moved and seconded, the clerk cast 1 ballot for Trevor Bickford, excuse me. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor of having the clerk cast 1 ballot, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? And Trevor Bickford has been elected on a voice vote. Okay, so we have done Article 7. Article 8, we're going to try to go through this one and then we will break for lunch. Okay. Shall the town raise, we will do Article 8, however. Shall the town raise a sum of $60,000 to be placed into a town infrastructure investment fund? Improvement fund. You guys have any input on this? Yeah, would somebody make a motion to, Gene Zamatero moves, is there a second? Richard Dale had his hand up, so Richard Dale seconded.
The proposal is to create a fund to be used in 2016 for drainage and water problems in the town office building, anticipating that we would do renovations on the building in the foreseeable future. We would hope this to be an ongoing fund to provide monies for necessary infrastructure improvements. This building would become an emergency facility with a recent generator grant approval. Larry Gubb from the Planning Commission will answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions?
Why are we creating a fund as opposed to voting on a project?
This has been an ongoing project since actually 2010 when we started. We did some energy studies, which were, a portion of them were done in 2011, which was air sealing and insulation in the attic. And then in 2012, we looked at the building because the building was to be used by the town rather than building a new building. At the spaces and the needs for spaces, we did a needs assessment for the various people working in the building to see what their needs would be. And now it's going to be an emergency facility, so we need to do some upgrading. In January 2013, we did an RFP, request for proposals, to do an engineering study which assessed not only the needs but the building for structure and for moisture and for upgrading. We did a preliminary schematic of the building, the upper floor, or the main floor and the lower floor, to use as added space. The lower floor currently is unused because of moisture problems. We developed actually Chris Cole of Manchester was the only respondent to that RFP, but he did a report which the town has. He did a conditions assessment and access review, which also covered reviewing the building to bring it up to code for handicapped access and other things. His report came up with actually several different estimates for doing this. These are very rough estimates. And one included putting a full elevator in the building, and the other included a lift, just a lift, which would bring a single wheelchair up from the basement back and forth as part of the access code, which we had to bring it up to code. It also included schematics for how the spaces were to be used down below. And then what we did to progress with some of that work, instead of doing it as a whole, we decided to break it out into different portions. And because the basement was priority with the moisture needs, we broke that portion out. And what we did was to try to include any excavation work around the building, which included the work which would be needed trenching from the generator to the building at the same time, so that we could minimize having to come back to do any more excavation later on. And the proposal is a part of that, that breakout, including the engineering, as I believe, which was Marble Valley Engineering. It was, I believe, we sent out another RFP, and Marble Valley came back with the engineering to do that construction, or the plans for that construction at about $5,700. Any questions?
So how do you get to the $60,000? The excavation?
The excavation portion, the excavation waterproofing portion was roughly $60,000. We had to go by an estimate based on what was broken out in the original estimates. And then we added a percentage for the change in the price over the years, because it was done in 2013. It's now 2016.
So it's $60,000 for the excavation and new drainage, as well as ditching for the generator and the generator.
Not including the generator, no. Not including the generator. It would include the trenching, and it also, I believe the engineering cost was built into that as well, that total.
But Larry, isn't this a fund, a savings fund, in preparation for doing the big job?
It is. And that's the way it was posed, but I believe it's a fund that would be added to, perhaps annually, to keep on going, to continue after we do this initial portion of the building, because we really can't do much else until we take care of the moisture problems. And once that's done, we go back to the plan and continue with various portions of the building to finally renovate it fully. Peter?
Does this, I've worked in a basement of that, does that include doing away with a cistern underneath and re-cementing the floors, or what does this involve?
The engineer would come up with a solution based on what they find. That cistern down there, we found that when it's really wet outside, the level really doesn't get much higher. It seems to maintain, but there is some moisture coming through the walls. That would be a part of the mitigation, part of this whole, this initial work. Yes?
I may have missed this, but when it's said that it's going to be used as an emergency facility, is that to be used as a shelter or more for like logistics?
I think a center, like a control center. Kevin could probably address that better. Kevin Beatty could probably address that better.
That's correct. Actually, Floodbrook School is going to be a designated shelter. So the town office would not be used as a shelter, only as a central place to
Command and control, yeah. Which is in part why the generator would go in.
What's your total cost of this complete project?
Well, we had, with the two estimates, we had, with the full elevator, which was about a $70,000 difference in cost from the lift, the estimate was $603,000.
So we're not talking 60,000, we're talking over 10 times that.
Well, if we go with the lift, which actually the engineer who did the initial proposal and the estimates went to the state to see, we have to do either a lift or an elevator. And he went to the state to see if we could be exempt from doing a full elevator. So we have a choice of doing a full elevator or a lift, which saves roughly $70,000 right off the top. So we're back to, roughly, what, $530,000, which is multiple, but there's a lot to be done beyond just the excavation and water control or moisture control. Does that answer your question?
It doesn't enthuse me, but it answers it.
No. I mean, the building needs quite a bit of work. I mean, it's in surprisingly great shape, but it still needs some work for access, handicapped entrance, and a number of things.
Isn't there a side entrance for that basement?
There actually are two entrances. One used to go into the old credit union. And that, I don't know if you've been down that way recently, but that entrance is in pretty bad shape. It's got some water, it needs some drainage work in front of it. It also needs to be an egress, a means of egress.
So if we have two accesses to the basement, why do we need a lift or an elevator?
The state requires, the ADA also requires,
They can't have people have to go outside to change floors if there's stairways.
Yes, and just to fill in a little bit, the difference between an elevator and a lift will carry one person in a wheelchair. An elevator will carry several people and, I'm sorry.
But it's not for an emergency shelter for people, correct?
No, it's not, but we are required to have access. If somebody came to work for Londonderry and they happen to be in a wheelchair, they need to get downstairs and upstairs, so we need a way for them to be able to do that without having to go out anyway.
We would anticipate eventually to come before you with a plan to renovate the building for additional office space and use of the downstairs. If it would be used by the public, then it needs to become ADA compliant, which would require either the lift or the elevator. That would come later. Right now, we're having moisture problems. We need storage in the building. We're seeing some peeling of the paint on that western wall.
Northwest,
That
northeast.
we believe would be mitigated with improvement to the water. And we would hope that at some point when we would need that total amount, that we would come before you, perhaps with a bond that would spread that large expense that we're talking about over a period of time. But that is not ready at this particular moment, other than the fact that the engineering plan had been adopted and looked at originally.
Other hand up, yes, you, sir.
Have we explored other options for an emergency management control center versus potentially exposing ourselves to $600 and some odd $1,000?
Can you
Just
address that?
access the basement of that building?
As far as I know, I don't believe we've explored other options. This is, the emergency control center is just a part of a big need for the entire building to continue to use it as the town hall. Another option might be building something new, but I believe we've gone through that. Any other questions?
I'm new to the area, so I'm still getting to know points of entry and so forth, but I've worked in large-scale disaster response and pretty well trained in that area. And I know with a logistics, a command post, you want it to be away and have some good access. And I'm concerned a little bit about thinking that the access points to the building is through, one is right there on the main street, which was a major flood area with Irene. And the other area, I think, is through Middletown Road, which wasn't that flooded right there too. And if that's the concern, I just have to say, from my emergency training, I don't think it's a good site to entertain as a logistics command post.
I was just wondering what the square footage you're going to be gaining to the lower level.
It would probably double the size of the available floor space currently, except for the vault. The vault we would not be doing a second story on.
Including the whole building, the whole footprint?
Yes, I believe the total building would come to about 6,000 square feet.
Kathy?
A couple things here. First of all, this is our town hall, and it just makes prudent maintenance that we correct the foundation issue. We have a lot of water down there. This is strictly what they're asking for right now to address that issue. We don't have a sound foundation. We do not have a sound building. So it's to correct the water down there. All those other items could come up and future use as emergency down the road as we address this whole $600,000. But currently, right now, we're just trying to get the basement corrected so that it actually doesn't cause more rot. We don't have mold going down there. There's all kinds of ramifications here, but we just need a good sound foundation for our town hall, our office building. The other thing is, during Hurricane Irene, every area was isolated. I was over in that section. I could literally go down to Alexander's Bridge and up to Route 11. Everybody was caught off in a storm like that. That's why you need several locations for emergency access. This is not just the school's going to provide access for all the individuals in town should we have a serious emergency. That's just one thing. So, we're looking at one item, but really, the main item is let's get the basement addressed here. It's really important to maintain this building. It's prudent for this town to keep that building healthy and strong, and one of them is to address the water, and that's what this is about, addressing water in the foundation.
Thank you, Kathy.
Aside from emergency management space, which is certainly needed somewhere, regardless of anything else, we are running out of storage. Just simple, plain, we have boxes of paperwork that we need to save, some of which forever. And we are running out of basic dry storage. So it's got to go somewhere. We have a building that we can double the square footage of and use. We also have people that operate off of tables because we don't have enough office space to offer them their own corner of a room. They share a table when they show up on the same day, and they're happy to do it. We all get along, it's fine. But we all have a lot of work to do. We are running out of drawers, we are running out of fireproof storage. It's a problem that's going to have to be addressed sooner rather than later. We have a perfectly good building, other than some of these drainage, foundation, basic maintenance issues. They've thought a lot about how they can address these problems in the most cost-effective way. If you don't want to build a whole new facility, they've come up with a pretty good plan. It's a great old building, it's a historic building. A lot of people that are in this room went to school there. It's fantastic to be able to maintain that. And this is just the first step. And it's just so we have enough space to store what we legally are required to store. Other steps can come down the road, but
I think maybe my question is kind of misconstrued in that, and the discussion about whether or not this project should go forward is all great. But as Paul introduced this is a continuing fund, and it's an infrastructure fund, which means we're basically, at least initially in terms of looking at the warning, we're authorizing an entity, essentially. We're authorizing a fund that we're putting money into, and then we're leaving it to the discretion of the fund managers to make the right choices with those funds. And what I guess I quite personally would be totally in favor of $60,000 to deal with the wet basement and deal with it. I think my question was more about the structure of the question and how it was being put forward and the structure of the fund.
It will be called the Infrastructure Improvement Fund. You are voting one time for the $60,000, just as your article coming up in 10 for the Highway Capital Equipment Fund has been passed in the past and will be voted on again. So we need to name this so that it goes into a particular location in the Treasury so that it is allocated only for that. But it is not an ongoing fund. You are voting one time for $60,000. We would come back if we need to next year or the following years to look at other portions of that. Answer the question.
There's a lot of infrastructure, Paul. There's all different places that we have infrastructure within the community. So the point was I wasn't sure what this money was being allocated to, and the discussion that's just occurred has given us a good indication of what that's for. And it might have been mentioned that was, you could start an infrastructure fund, but this fund, this amount of money is for this purpose. It's very helpful to know.
Melissa.
I was actually, my question was why we needed a fund and couldn't just do it project by project.
Could I perhaps suggest a resolution to this and simply retitle it the Town Hall Improvement Fund? Town Office, rather, Improvement Fund. Pardon?
The Twitchell Building. The Twitchell Building is the name of it.
All right, well, however you phrase it, and therefore you clearly specify for this one project, period. Because infrastructure includes roads.
Absolutely, yeah. I believe the select board, that would be for the select board to address. But we've called this particular project the Town Office Planning Project, given an acronym to it as a specific overall project, this just being one portion of that.
Would I be in order to make a motion?
I was going to ask, are you proposing a motion?
Yes, I am. I'm proposing we retitle Article 8 to be placed into a Town Office Improvement Fund. That is, delete the word infrastructure and insert the words office, town office. I'm sorry, just insert the word office.
I second that.
Okay, we're not actually
changing the article, we can't do that. You're making a motion to change the name of the fund
I'm
proposed.
retitling the article. The name of the item.
So there's a motion on the floor. You want to amend that to shall the town raise a sum of $60,000 to be placed in
Into a
town
office improvement.
fund for the Twitchell building. Is that?
Yeah, if you want to add Twitchell building, you're more than welcome to.
Well, I don't want to add it. I want to get what you want to do.
Yeah, fine, I was just offering the town office. If you want to make, would it be, any way you gentlemen want. You want, okay, you originally had a town office plan, so let's keep it with the same title.
It's the entire, yeah, if you want to entitle it that.
This is simple continuity.
My understanding, but please correct me if I'm wrong, you're making a motion. You want to say, shall the town raise a sum of $60,000 to be placed into a town infrastructure, town improvement fund for the Twitchell building? I think you're specifying that one building, that's now its official name. So is that what you're trying to do?
Okay, fine, they rephrase it that way if you will. We only have one town office building, don't we?
That's what we always said, but
that's not. You pick it.
Yep. If you don't object, there seems to be a lot of consensus that it will be clearest from the select board if it's called the Twitchell building. So is that your motion?
Absolutely.
Okay. Is there a second to amending Article 8 to read, the town shall raise a sum of $60,000 to be placed in a town improvement fund for the Twitchell building?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion?
I second.
John Barry. Is there discussion?
A question. Would that limit, if you need to do improvements in the parking lot or any other buildings, structures on the town property, if you're that specific?
This fund would be just for that building.
Her question was, would it include the parking lot to that building, et cetera?
Yeah, it's part of that building.
Anything associated with that property.
That property, yeah.
Other discussion? If not, all in favor of the, of amending the motion to limit this to the Twitchell building, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The article's been amended on a voice vote. So it's now, shall the town raise a sum of $60,000 to be placed into a town improvement fund for the Twitchell building? Further discussion now on the amended motion, which is the question we have to consider. The question, we've called the question in the normal vernacular. That is there a second to cease debate and vote?
Second.
Gene Zamataro seconded, several other people as well. This is non-debatable. We're going to vote right now on whether we're going to end debate. If the answer is yes, we will immediately go to the question. So all of those in favor of closing debate on Article 8? Aye. Opposed? Okay, Article 8 as amended. Shall the town raise a sum of $60,000 to be placed into a town improvement fund for the Twitchell building? Any further discussion on this? No discussion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Passed on a voice vote. Article 9. Shall the town of Londonderry vote a sum of $86,000 to a fund contracting with the state police, the Vermont State Police, for policing the town of Londonderry? This is addressed on page 26 of your town report. Do I have a motion to get this on the floor? Gene Zamataro has moved Article 9. Is there a second? I know who you are, but I don't. You get it? Yep. Thank you. Okay, discussion on Article 9. Paul.
This proposal is to fund 25 hours per week of dedicated Vermont State Police services to the town. After repeated requests from community members in response to several community meetings and in response to a series of burglaries and arsons in recent years, your select board voted to create a policing commission in last July. From a pool of 18 applicants, a 9-member committee composed of 1 representative each from safety, school, and church, and 2 members each from the business community, nonprofits, and the community at large. A committee was appointed in August. The committee met 10 times and spent many, many hours exploring options for increased police presence in Londonderry, and their recommendations to the select board were unanimously accepted in November. Chairman Peter Pagnucco and the members of the committee are here to help answer questions.
Is there further discussion on the Article 9?
I have a question.
Yes, Doug.
Is this policing? I think we have a specific issue here, which is the burglaries and lawless activities going on in the town. Is the state police going to dedicate their efforts and investigations and try to solve those crimes versus setting up, say, a traffic stop someplace and spending time giving out traffic tickets? I think it's an important distinction. I don't know if it can be split up that way, but I would like to know that this money is going to address the problem at hand.
Yeah, that's
Peter.
the plan. The plan is to address the community concerns. And the idea is, if you read the report that we published in November that's been on the town website, we also recommend continuing a policing committee, whether it's us or someone else, to work with the state police on having the state police do what we want them to do in control of London.
Okay, so the state police is amicable to us giving them direction?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So you're saying that if we have a problem between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m., and we address that with the Vermont State Police, they're going to bring people in between that hour, because that's when it seems like these burglaries are occurring. They're going to have people patrolling between 2, 4, 5, 6 a.m.?
We're going to work with the town and the policing committee is going to work with the state police on a schedule of patrol. And they're going to patrol based upon what the communities need.
Not at their convenience, but at what we want.
Right, because we'll have a contract with them.
Additionally, isn't this adding on, this money is for senior troopers for overtime?
Well, that's how they, so you pay for, the troopers are in overtime, so we get police coverage. It's pretty thin, but we get police coverage by being.
How many hours a week do we have state?
Well, I'll finish, just let me finish and then we can ask. So we get some pretty thin state police coverage, and this is for additional time just for Londonderry. They're not, so if they get a break-in in Peru, the officer that's in Londonderry is not going to leave Londonderry to go to Peru. These are going to be dedicated Londonderry hours on top of the coverage we already get. I'm sorry, Chad, you had another?
Yes, and how much coverage do we get now from the state police?
Mike, you want to answer that?
3 hours a week.
The hour, I don't think it goes by hours a week.
It doesn't go by hours. The state police are covered out of the Rockingham Barracks, and they have a set number of towns that they cover. And it depends on the barracks commander and the directed patrols of that office. You know, that's their deal. We don't have any say. It could be 10 hours a week. It could be no hours a month. No idea.
No idea.
Yeah.
And this overtime, it's my understanding that they're going to send
senior officers with the patrol, if they're gonna retire in 2 years, this overtime goes on their pension for increased earnings. That's not fair. We're gonna be taxed twice.
Yeah, so I think, and I'm not sure about that because that wasn't really our concern, but that is, I hear that's a concern. I think the state police has changed that. But if anybody knows differently, I think that was a problem before and they addressed it so officers didn't add up hours in their last 2 years and add those to their pension.
I don't feel that the state police for 25 hours are gonna do anything to solve anything here. When the church burned, they had people of interest. Nothing has ever been done. They've had burglaries here, in the restaurant, they caught people. Where are those people? Are they in jail? No. If they're gonna arrest people here, they'll be out before the paperwork is done. There was 2. Christmas time, one Londonderry, one Weston, arrested in Bellows Hall for heroin. Out on a court appearance. What happened to those people? They're still walking around. This $86,000 is, you might as well go 50 miles an hour down Route 100 and throw $100 bills out the window.
Concern, but if your concern is to do nothing, if your concern is, then nothing will happen.
Because it isn't going to change a bloody thing.
Because, well, it depends what your perspective is. If you know it's not going to, then don't vote. Don't vote.
Well, I'm going to vote.
But I'll tell you, if you don't do anything, if communities don't do anything, then they just give up and they get what they get. And right now, what we're hearing in Londonderry is that people are upset with what they're getting. For a community. I'm sorry? Well, prosecutions are that's a different, prosecutions and how folks are handled after that is not something that we can control. But what we can control is what happens in Londonderry and whether people feel safe and whether crimes are being detected and they're being addressed.
You could have 2 or 3, 4, 500 cops in this town, you wouldn't catch anybody breaking into a building.
Well, that would be an yeah. So there's other crime other than burglary.
Jody, 31st. Jody?
Peter, my question to you is, so you're talking about this 25 hours. Have you ironed out what times those will be, what days those will be? Is it going to fluctuate week to week? Is it going to stay the same every week?
Right. So you don't iron those out because if you do iron those out, then everyone knows when they'll be.
I'm going to say, are you going to keep it on a changing schedule week to week?
Absolutely. That's what was discussed at our meetings. Yep.
Matt?
I'd like to know what our elected official, our select board is, if they're endorsing this or not.
The select board chose not to take an official stand on this as a board. We all have our own personal opinions on this. And as you can imagine, when you put 5 people together, there's 5 different opinions. Our choice was to do was to put together the policing committee to gather the information, be there to present it to you, the voters, and allow you to make your own decisions as to whether you thought it was what was right for you or not. Cindy.
I think the other thing to remember is that this is a one-time vote. It's kind of an experiment. By the end of the first contract period, we will have a record of what they've done, where they've been, if they've been successful in arresting somebody or whatever. And then it's brought up again for additional funding. So we can sit here and do nothing and not have any change, or we can try something and see how it works and then reevaluate at the end of the contract.
Right behind the reverend had her hand up.
No, I was just wondering if there was any effort to talk to people in Weston and maybe increase the hours and share the expense with them. Because I know at one point they were interested.
Yeah, and that's part of what the policing committee, if you see our report, is what we plan on continuing to do, is try to communicate with other towns. We've already had, there's already someone came in from Weston to one of our meetings, someone came in from Peru to one of our meetings, and to find ways to police our areas cost effective. Yep.
Gentlemen, right
on
back.
the table.
Yes, sir.
Have we done any comparison between Londonderry and Wynn Hall that has a full-time police force, what the crime rate is? Is their police force working with bringing down their crime rate?
Yeah, it would be pretty hard to do that because we don't have a police force, so you'd be comparing apples to oranges.
Well, we'd have police reports from the state police.
You'd have the state police, but it's different than if you have police patrolling your town than if you have state police coming in and mostly just responding to complaints.
I'd like to say something to that.
Melissa Brown?
Yeah, although Jim, I appreciate your sort of impartial stance with the board. We have elected you all as a representation of the community, with the exception of Will, who is new to the board today. It would be interesting, I know the board that I sit on, although we may have different opinions, when we come to a general consensus, we support that as a board. So do you as a board do you think that this is something we should do or shouldn't do?
And that's the point I was making, was that there were 5 different opinions on the board. It's hard to come to take one stance when you have different varying opinions.
That's not my favorite answer.
Well, I apologize for that. I can give you my personal opinion, they can give you their personal opinions, but as a board as a whole, you could, if you have 5 different opinions, how do you get a majority?
You figure it out.
What's your opinion? Kathy Arrogance, I think she...
I'd like to make a comment on this, since I sat on the board for 2 years, and I strongly recommend that we endorse this.
Come on down here, darling, we can't hear you up there.
Okay, sorry about that. Hi everyone, I'm Kathy Arrogance. I sat on this board for 2 years. It has been an issue in our area for drug addiction, opiate addiction, and of course alcohol and cigarettes and all kinds of drugs. It's not just one drug here we're talking about. It's a very serious drug that we have. These people have an illness. They need mental health. We don't provide that well enough in this state. It takes about 3 weeks for an individual to get into a mental health facility. I know because my daughter has addiction, opiate addiction. I've been dealing with it now for 2 years. I have said from the beginning, we have a serious opiate addiction in this town. We need to address it now. We can't wait down the road. We have the state that finally said 3 years ago, we have an opiate addiction in this state and they're doing something about it. The other states all around us, God, 128 people died in Rhode Island in 10 months because they did not address their opiate addiction. New Hampshire has the same problem. New York has the same problem. We're sitting here in the state of Vermont saying, we need to address this addiction. This is where it starts, in our town. Not the town next door, not the state up above, not Burlington. It's addressed in this town. It's very important. We have people with illness. We have a town that's losing. It's fabric. The whole community's falling apart because people are upset about burglaries. They're upset about arson. They're upset about the drug issue. In Winhall, because they have a police department, I never hear from anybody saying, oh, I saw so-and-so, or I saw this happening down at the post office, or down at 7-Eleven, or over at their community. We never hear that, but we hear it here in Londonderry. We hear it down at the park, the shopping center, along that stretch, Pengree Park, in this area. We always have that. What do? I saw 2 people trying to make an exchange. I said, take their marker plate and call the state police. We need to address it now. We cannot wait. It's a national crisis. It's a crisis in Vermont that has to be addressed. And it has to be a multifaceted point. We can't just say policing's going to cover it. It's not. Education will cover it. Having mental institutions that will actually address the needs of our people, that you're not in there for 2 weeks and out. That you can actually get some type of medical attention for mental health, because that's what it is. We all deal with it in our families. Everybody we know, and I'm sure every one of us has someone that's addicted to alcohol, cigarettes, which is a drug, and any type of opiate, cocaine. It's an issue, and we need to address it. The policing, we've asked the policing to address it because most people in this town want something done. They don't want to sit on it. We need to say our schools, you have to address it more, and they have been trying to do that. But we have to have a multifaceted. This is a springboard for us to do that. It's a springboard for us to find out data on how to approach everybody, data to say, oh look, that house is doing actually a lot of drugs out of it. Maybe we can do something about it. In Rutland, Vermont, they started Project Vision. It encompasses almost every entity in that town. Social services, DCF, their churches, the emergency medical, all kinds of community people are involved. They sit there every 2 weeks and discuss it at the police department. What can they do? The police department gathers data, and now they're able to focus on a certain area so they can take care of that. They can address it. They dropped their crime rate by 49%. Now, we're not going to drop it that much, but even if we drop it by 5 or 10%, we're going to see a difference. But we need to take care of it now. We can't wait down the road and see more of our young people and our older people. I've sat in drug rehabs 5 times, and there are people in their preteens, teens, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60s, and 70s are dealing with this drug addiction. And you know what? They graduated someone 86 from Burlington that was addicted to heroin. So we sit here, do nothing, we're at fault. We sit here, we make a, even if it's a small point, we're going to get there. And I just think that we need to support this action. We need to take action. We can't sit there.
Just a minute. Oh, okay, hold on a second.
Sorry.
I'm not going to let you debate. If you want to ask a question, ask it for everybody.
Oh, and I just wanted to ask it of Kathy concerning what she just said. So are you suggesting then that the money to go towards the policing effort that this proposal is about is a good start?
It's an excellent start. It's a start we need to take. It's our first start. It's what people ask us to address. And I think it's very important. And from that, we can springboard other actions.
Okay, right here.
My name's Martha Dale, and I'm a public health professional. I have a master's of public health, and the one thing that is important to recognize is that we can't turn our back on the public health issue of drug addiction in our community. And by spending $86,000, you will gather data about how big the problem is and where we can begin to address it. And if we don't commit to it, you are going to continue to have a problem when you turn your backs and say that this does not exist in our community. You must do something, and the key about getting people into drug treatment programs is by having them arrested and then put into drug diversion programs or court diversion programs where they can get addressed their addiction issues. So please make a stand for our community that this is an important public health issue that you own. Thank you.
I wonder if we looked at creating our own police force like Weathersfield.
We did.
To get more bang for your buck if you create your own instead of contracting with the state police. Has this been, did
Yes,
you
not
look into
initially.
this?
Not initially. It's just, there are some expenses. We didn't have time to study it completely, but it looked like it would be more expensive. And so this was we had to balance what folks wanted and what folks thought was needed with what the cost was.
How much was it, Peter?
I may be slightly
How much was what?
but I think
Wait, like $500,000, right?
To start your own
Yes.
police force? It's
No.
pretty expensive. I'm
I
sorry.
think whether-
I'm sorry.
I think Weathersfield may be around 150,000 budgeted for a full and a part-timer. No way.
No, what? Who's gonna buy the cars and buy the buildings and pay for the insurance? It was like $500,000.
Maybe it's things that, one of the things we're looking at is other options that can be more cost effective in the long run.
Yes.
And one of those is to try to find a way, if there could be a small police force here or in connection with other towns.
Other towns.
But that type of thing takes a lot of time, and the need that the people in Londonderry are expressing is a need that is happening right now. In fact, it was happening back last summer. It was happening in May after that house burned down, and we had a meeting about arson, and then the meeting turned into a discussion about drugs, a discussion about drug crime, and the concerns of the people in the community. And that's, I think, what got the select board to move forward with setting up a police.
Right here in the front.
I'm Jane Worley. I'm a psychiatric nurse practitioner. I'm licensed in Vermont and New Hampshire. And my specialty is primarily working with addictions, which I've been doing inpatient, outpatient, in the prison system. I totally support a bill that explores what can work and what data is needed, but I will tell you a couple things that I've learned and been part of over the years. Is years ago in Brattleboro, when there was concerns about how police were being used as well as perhaps not being utilized enough, they had hired a police officer, a position was created, for a person to get out there and proactively be in the places where drugging interactions were happening, and it worked. And I don't know, I can't recall the statistics, but it was unanimous that people thought it worked, and that the position paid for itself. So I think that that's one issue, to be thinking about what do you want in this policing situation to do? Because if you want someone to really make an impact on the drug situation, it's not going to be so much about charging them, finding people just to charge, although that's another policing type of issue, that's a crime issue. If you really want to make an impact, a social impact on the drug scene, and then it, peripherally, it brings down those kind of crimes. It's about having people go into those places where the kids or the folks are at, in the middle of those drug interactions, and helping them to get into rehab, helping them to make different kinds of decisions. That's what has worked, So just want to share that that's really what has worked to impact.
Mary Ann?
So I'm on the policing committee, so I'll sort of tag on to that, is that our group really did investigate that sort of a model. When we heard reports from the police who came to present to us what they could offer, it was said amongst all of them that you can't ticket your way out of a drug addiction problem. So as a policing committee as a whole, we're very much behind the idea of making sure that what law enforcement that we have can get out into the community, can work with social services, can work with the kids at different levels, as well as do regular patrolling and things like that. That's part of directing their hours with the help of the select board to the hours that are most appropriate during those 25 hours.
John?
If it's appropriate, I would like to call the question.
There's been a motion to call the question. Is it seconded?
Richard Corzo.
It has been seconded. There is no debate on this. If we will vote on this, if the vote is yes, we will immediately vote on the article. If not, we will continue debate. So if you want to end debate, vote yes. If you do not, vote no.
Just repeat, what the article?
The article is, shall the town of Londonderry vote a sum of $86,000 to fund contracting with the Vermont State Police for policing the town of Londonderry? That's the article. But at the moment, we're voting on whether to end debate. That's effectively what we're doing. So all in favor of calling the question, i.e. ending debate, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. We will now vote on the motion itself, which is the article itself, which is again, shall the town of Londonderry vote a sum of $86,000 to fund contracting with the Vermont State Police for policing the town of Londonderry.
I'd like to request a paper ballot.
Okay. There's been a request for a paper ballot.
Yeah.
If those in favor of having a paper ballot, please stand up. That's enough. Okay, we got over a second. All right. The ballot box is now open for a vote on Article 9. Doesn't matter, you can't figure it out. I think if they read, it's pretty clear. May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention? May I have your attention, please? Is there anyone who wants to vote who has not done so? Have all the ballot clerks back there managed to vote? I have some question on whether all the ballot clerks have had a chance to vote.
Go ahead.
You all set? Yeah. Okay, ballot box is closed. We will get the result of this vote and then we will break for lunch.
How long for lunch?
I'm planning to do 45 minutes. Half an hour? Is everybody fine with half an hour? Okay, half an hour once we break. Nitka's here, they're nearly done with the count, but I'm going to allow her a few minutes with you and say we're going to go to lunch after we get this done.
I think this one, we certainly don't want to hold up lunch. I'm Alice Nitka, one of your 3 Windsor County senators, the other being Dick McCormick from Bethel and John Campbell from Queechee. And I know that Dick was having his arm operated on yesterday, so he's not on the circuit, and I think John's doing something in the north. So this is my 6th town meeting of this weekend, and I hope I don't think I'm saying the same thing that I already said like 3 times. But anyway, I really appreciate you letting me speak, and just wanted to tell you a few things going on in the legislature. I'm on the Appropriations Committee, which is the Money Committee, and I'm on the Judiciary Committee. When we left the State House last May, we had a balanced budget, and when we leave this May, we certainly hope we will again. One of the problems is healthcare is consuming all the money just about, and it's a real difficult issue. But anyway, the budget for last year that we're in the fiscal year right now was, let's see, $1.4 billion in state tax dollars and 5.1 in federal dollars. So in other words, our total budget, state and federal combined, was the 5.5. It's 5.5. It's even worse. Which included the National Guard, all our bridges and roads, all the federal money that comes in for education. Oh, and I see Oliver back there who might chime in on something. But anyway, that's what we've spent. We hope to spend about, if we could spend less it'd be great, but the hard part is not spending more. Some of the bills that you might not have heard of that are traveling around, the crossover date for bills getting from the House to the Senate and vice versa is March 11th. March 11th, which is a week from this Friday. So every bill has to be across except for some of the money bills. So one of the bills that's in the works is a siting bill for energy, and that's a bill that I put in a bill. Many people put in bills, and there's one S-230 coming out of the Senate next week, which deals with the issue of having the town plan given more weight before the Public Service Board, as well as regional plans being given more weight for consideration. It's an important issue that there are about 5,000 energy, solar, wind arrays around the state now, and many communities are feeling that these are moving too forward without any input from the community. And incidentally, there's one in Ludlow, about 100-acre solar project, and they're cutting 30-acre clear cut right as a part of it. And it's right near the substation. It's likely going through, but who knows these days. And of course, neighbors, are like overwhelmed. But anyway, the idea is not that people are against, renewable energy, but having a say in it so that it's sited in areas that work better. Another bill is a landlord-tenant bill, which actually may be moving now, with regard to landlords' rent to a legitimate tenant, and then in many cases, particularly I know of these cases in Rutland because I work there for a social service agency. Squatters, so-called. In other words, illegitimate tenants move in with a legitimate tenant. They have a fight with the legitimate tenant. Some cases, many cases now in Rutland, they've been selling drugs out of the home, so the legitimate tenant moves out. And the landlord, if the squatter tenant is there long enough, then has to give that squatter, whom sometimes they don't even know, all of the rights that a normal tenant would get. And this bill would expedite the process for evicting a squatter tenant. So it would certainly help a lot of landlords. And it would also encourage landlords to stay in the business. Many are quitting because of it. It's also a problem with second homes, that people move in unauthorized, and if they're there a certain number of days, you have to go through the whole eviction process even though you didn't let them in. So anyway, that's an issue for a lot of landlords. Another bill that's going on is an opioid bill, so-called, with regard to the amount of opioids that can be prescribed to a patient. Vermont doctors have to go through the Vermont Prescription Monitoring System to hear from so that these doctors are able to, and this is something passed by the legislature, they're to check the monitoring system to see if perhaps the emergency room had issued another prescription 5 days earlier for 50 pills, or a doctor down the street issued another one for pills. Because people who are in need of these drugs, who are addicts, are shopping around for docs and trying to get these pills any way they can. Recently, someone that spoke to me about getting a prescription for 120 oxycodones, which is overwhelming. They went for surgery, it was a serious surgery, but they were not asked about, what was their use or anything. This actually came out of New Hampshire, but Dartmouth-Hitchcock, which is right on our border, and they used one pill that night and one the next morning. So they had all the extra pills left, and if they were savvy street people at that point, you could have bought one oxycodone for 80 bucks a pill. So crazy stuff. So this bill would limit how many pills could be prescribed by a doctor. And the other thing was the residents working under doctors in some of the hospitals weren't allowed to have access to the monitoring system, so they didn't know if another doctor had prescribed other medication as well. So that's been changed and fixed, but this is a bill that hopefully will move forward. Another thing going on is the tax department is encouraging you to file your tax return early. What's going on is the IRS was hacked and 2 major services were as well. So our tax department is working closely with the IRS. They've hired 2 new security people to deal with the fact that people in your name are filing for refunds. And they have you have your social security numbers, they have all this information, so they file, and so the tax department now is giving extra scrutiny to all of these cases. It was a problem last year as well, but now continues. And so then when you go to file, they already say, oh, this person already filed, so then it's a huge mess, and they have to figure it out. So if you file early, you still won't get they're taking a lot more time to get you your refund so that they can make sure that it's you that's getting it. So that's something that they're working on right now. Let's see, one more thing. I think I had one more. Oh, some other issues that you may have heard about these days. Marijuana, recreational marijuana versus medical marijuana. So we already have medical marijuana approved and working in our state. There are 4 legal dispensaries with 2,500 registered patients. It costs $25,000 to get a dispensary license. These dispensaries are growing their own marijuana. They have salves, they have edibles, they have smokables, they have everything. And the patients that are going there, average age of 57, they have become, the people running the dispensaries have become very attached to their patients who come in. And one of the hardest things for the workers there is that, of course, many of these patients are at the end of their lives, and it's very hard for the workers there to see their patients dying so frequently. So that's a totally different process than the recreational marijuana that was just passed by the Senate. Has to pass 2 times. It passed on a, let's see, 17-12 vote on the final day. So now it's gone to the Senate. It doesn't interfere with the medical marijuana. In the bill that passed the Senate, there are no edibles, and there's a lot to it, and it's going to be worked on now in the House, and they'll be looking at all of those things too. One of the big concerns is driving while stoned. They're training more drug recognition experts to be around the state. Those are existing officers, state police, sheriffs, local police, to be able to detect drugs in people's systems. And the concern is with recreational marijuana not being legal in Montreal, Boston, and New York, that many people might be coming to Vermont and driving here. So that's something to keep following, and we'll see what happens. So thank you very much.
Okay, I'm going to give you the results of your vote in one moment, but I think for efficiency I'm going to announce when we're going to reconvene after lunch first, so you hear it. So we're going to come back at 2 o'clock. Now the results of your vote. Yes, 95, no, 67. The policing passed. Go lunch. We're going to move on with Article 10. Article 10, shall the town approve to raise a sum of $100,000 to put in the Highway Equipment Reserve Fund? Do I have a motion to get this on the floor? Yes.
So moved.
It's been moved by, and I'm drawing a blank. Dick Dale, right, thanks. Is there a second? Okay, already done, but thanks. Okay, it's been moved and seconded on Article 10 to put $100,000 into the Highway Equipment Reserve Fund. Floor is open for discussion.
If you will indulge me one more time, please. This article would not increase your taxes as you have approved it the last 2 years. By having these monies available, we were able to lease to buy a new Volvo grader in 2015 when our old grader's engine blew up. As many of you are aware, we had an accident with our international truck while plowing in December. Subsequently, the truck has been totaled by our insurance company, and we've received the check. The board, road commissioner, and road foreman are currently evaluating options for its replacement. This fund will provide funds for that replacement. Additionally, we have worked on a long-range plan for replacing aging highway equipment and hope to continue the ongoing process of responsible replacement of capital expenditures. But you are voting this for this year. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on Article 10? Yes, John.
I'd like to make a general comment not only on this article, but all the others we've got coming. We have a substantial number of people in this town who've had greatly reduced incomes for the last 4 months. Snow is a lot of snow. There are a lot of people in this town, as you well know, who plow. Downtown, you go to the post office and up and down the street, during the wintertime, every other pickup has a plow on it. So I would say we want this is a year to be as conservative in our spending as possible. Because that money that was not spent for plowing does not go to those people who then don't buy food or other goods and services. It spreads out all over. I have no idea what the situation is on the ski area. Please be careful. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on Article 10? If not, all those in favor of passing Article 10 as worded, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? And the article carries on a voice vote. Article 11, shall the town approve the purchase of a parcel of land located approximately 6600 through 6950 Route 100 at a cost of $150,000 and to finance the land purchase as follows, and conditioned upon the following funds all being available for the purchase. 1, to raise appropriate, cross the raise out of there, it makes no sense, to appropriate the sum of $30,000 towards the purchase through current taxes and authorize the select board to finance a sum of $120,000 over a period not to exceed 5 years. Do I have a motion to get this on the floor?
So moved.
John Barry's moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Yes, I know, but Cynthia, yeah. Cynthia Cobb, second. Discussion. Yes, Cynthia.
Yes, could you please explain what the use of the property would be? We have several parcels of land now that the town owns, and it would be nice to know what we're going to do with it.
Funny you should ask. The article provides the means to purchase a tract of land abutting our current transfer station. There are sand and gravel resources that could be used to offset supply costs. Provide possible relocation of the entrance of the transfer station for safety considerations. Possible siting for a scale for determining cost of construction debris. An area for expanding the stump dump. Possible siting for sand and salt sheds that likely will need to be built in the near future. And room for ground level container expansion. With the approval, the select board will negotiate a contract with the current owner that will assure the town of the ability to use the property as outlined.
Yes, the lady in the blue scarf.
I was just curious, how big is the parcel?
24 acres, according to the select board. I saw other hands up back there. Doug?
This particular piece of property went for auction this year for $40,000. People can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that was the amount. 49. I don't think the value of the property magically tripled overnight. And I don't believe that there's a bunch of people lined up on the side of the road ready to pay $150,000 for this particular property. The use sounds good, and I read the select board minutes, and it was indicated there's $300,000 worth of potential product on the property in terms of sand and gravel that could be used. However, we have to develop that resource, and that's going to cost us a bunch of money. We're going to have to build a road, we're going to have to get permitting, we're going to have to mitigate possible runoff to the river, we're going to have to return the area to green space. So I'm not against the idea of buying the property, but I think buying it for $150,000 is just paying too much money, and to that end, I would like to offer an amendment. So I would like to amend the amount for $150,000. I'd like to change it to $80,000.
That's not the asking.
Well, all right, so maybe I'm confused.
No.
But $150,000 is a price that's already been negotiated. That's what the seller is willing to sell it for, not a dime less than that at this point in time.
Well, let them keep it.
All right.
That is an option, that's an option you have.
We're not having a debate, let Jim finish.
I'm just clarifying that the article can't, the amount, if it's amended, you might as well vote the article down because that's the dollar amount that the buyer, the seller has agreed to sell it to us for.
All right. Can I continue with my amendment?
Sure.
You may. All right, I'd like to amend the $150,000 down to $80,000. I'd like to amend the $30,000 down to $20,000. And I'd like to amend $120,000 down to $60,000.
Okay, so an amendment has been offered to change the dollar figures in this from $150,000 to $80,000, the $30,000 to $20,000, and the $120,000 to $60,000. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Is there a second to this?
Second.
Bob Fuller seconded. I think it was your voice. Okay, it's been moved and seconded to reduce 150 to 80, 30 to 20, and 120 to 60. Further discussion. I saw your hand up a little while ago, sir.
Yes, I just had read somewhere where this land might potentially be contaminated. Has anyone looked into that? I believe I read it in this select board notes, actually.
Anyone on the board?
I spoke to our attorney, and he couldn't find anything on that.
Okay.
They went back. I mean, he is a young man, he remembers his dad dealing with it. He went back to look, and didn't find anything on contamination in that location. Not to say that there isn't, but he did not find anything. We're not saying that there is or not.
Okay, but it's not an active contaminated site or anything like
No, it's not even on the state site. You go to the state site, I believe you won't see it there because it's never been deemed environmentally hazardous. I do know that you will go and see some other places that have been said here. Candidate
Thank you.
Sir?
Yeah, what is the current assessed tax rate value of this property to, I agree with this gentleman, we need to establish a relative value. I think it's a great idea to buy it, but like any real estate transaction, it's a negotiation. One of the starting points is, what are we taxing for? What's it on the list for?
You can answer that question once.
Sandra, you must have that.
We've got it.
The property is approximately 24.52 acres. The total assessed value for the property is $90,400. That comes to $3,687 per acre. And the $90,400 is not done as yards of gravel. That's just the value of the land as it is. Now, the town of Londonderry already has sloping rights to that property and a 50-foot right-of-way. So it lends itself to be a valuable piece of property for the town for the future. That's always been my feeling. Now, the original price paid for that place originally was $40,000 the first time it was ever bought as property. And I believe the transfer this last time, and Kelly may know off the top of her head too, the figure that comes to mind was 75.
In the
Is that
most recent one, it was 49.
49, okay. I know where the 75 came in, because before I had changed the adjustment on the land to the current acres, after I researched it from a 65-acre parcel, that is, I'd had 75 on it, originally.
Bob, I personally feel that the argument for the value of the property for the town is being overplayed. For one thing, if one of the big issues is someday needing a sand and salt shed, that's already been designed and engineered for the Prouty property. It's there, it was already worked out. And the decision to hold off on that was because we had this agreement with the state. And how long ago has that been now? Since I was on the board, and I had that agreement, and the state at that time was threatening to not allow us to use the sand and salt shed. As a matter of fact, they don't use the sand shed anymore, they only use the salt. So I just, personal opinion, if there's some place that you can save and not keep adding to the tax bill for everybody, that would be my opinion, if this is one place that's pulled off.
Yes, go back there.
Yes, sir. This property, for the people that remember Bob's water wheel, his well was contaminated from runoff from the old dump. Well, the old dump is still there, and I still suspect that that water that's on this property is contaminated. You'd never be able to drill a well for anything there, whether it be for consumption for town workers at the new transfer station. There's power lines on the property. There's wetlands involved. This is just too much to vote on today with no study at all of what the property is really worth as far as sand and gravel. You're gonna have to have somebody big to go in there with screeners, excavators, make piles for the town to go and pick this stuff up. You're gonna need a new access permit, a tracking pad. In the end, what is all this gonna cost? More than $150,000 for a piece of property that it's not worth it. They had the chance to buy it off of Scott Howe, and it was let go because he couldn't get no result as far as taking stuff off that property. Until the town can say, we have a clear bill of health for that, we can take anything we want off of that property and get permits for it. I wouldn't vote for this at all. It should be tabled.
I also strongly oppose buying this property, especially at $150,000. I may be considering the $80,000, which is an okay deal. But there is issues with this property. There is a Class 2 wetland in the middle of this gravel area. Scott Howe ran into problems. I've talked to Paul. There is an issue where he's had the agency of natural resource, so I'd like to hear what you found out concerning that. But the select board has not determined how much gravel there is there by any means. Scott Howe said there was 100,000 yards of gravel. Jeff Yurcher, who was trying to sell it to the town, has voiced 150,000. Scott Howe, when he owned it, applied for a permit for 30,000 yards of gravel. That's a huge difference. Have you determined how much gravel there is there? Do you know? I just don't agree with this at all.
I can answer a couple of your questions, Peter. As far as the A&R goes, there is no current violation on the property. That we do know. And we have not had anybody to determine actual numbers currently of the gravel. We had the numbers that Scott Howe got when he owned the pit.
And he applied for 30,000 yards.
I believe so, yes. The one other difference with the town were to do that is the town being a municipality, they would not have to apply for an Act 250 permit. Just something to keep in mind. Where a private company would have to go through the entire process.
Is that a fact, Jim? Because I heard the town could do it less than 10 acres. We're talking 24 acres.
Yeah, but we're not talking about taking gravel out of the entire 24 acres.
Can I speak then?
Sure.
To my knowledge, there's only been one gravel pit in the state of Vermont that has ever separated a gravel pit from the rest of the land. And that happened last year in Andover. It was roughly a 400-acre land. It took tens of thousands of dollars with a high-priced lawyer to separate the gravel pit out. They separated 30 acres out for a gravel pit. This is huge. I've got a gravel pit that I don't have the Act 250 permit on, so I kept track. And this is from a civil engineer, Jeremy Brodney, who sent me all this stuff, your friends. And you just can't get an Act 250 permit by separating land. It's just not done.
Question. Oh, Steve.
Peter, that's quite contrary to what we had heard from the District 2 Environmental Commission. But we also have a bit of a situation there because one of the District 2 coordinator, April Hensel, has retired right in the middle of this, and we've got one of the reasons that we're not sounding 100% prepared on some of this is because we have two different opinions. We have a new woman, Stephanie Guile, that's given us information, and we have the old April Hensel. And April told me that we could, as long as we didn't use over the 10 acres out of a 24-acre parcel, we would not need anything but a reclamation permit. I mean, a reclamation plan to get a permit. She told me that. Whether or not that's going to fly with the new people, I don't know that we've even got that far, have we, as far as the 10-acre thing? She did say. But it's not in writing. It's not in writing, I guess, but she did say. So, I don't know where Jeremy gets his information. We talked directly to District 2. And I feel quite confident that we can make this work. I don't know that we can do it. One of the reasons that we haven't got a gravel, a prediction of how much gravel is, that's going to cost a little money. We have no money or permission to spend it. But we do have Scott's estimate, we have Jeff's estimate. I feel a little bit qualified to guess within a few hundreds of thousands of yards as to how much is there and the quality. We have dug test holes. However, I feel quite confident as far as the gravel goes that it'll work out. I also want to stress this, though, that we would be buying a piece of land, not a gravel pit. And for the reasons that Paul spoke of earlier, just the main entrance change has got to be worth something. When those trailer trucks pull out of there with our loaded recycling and stuff, you talk about safety in this town, it's one of the worst places there is. And it's got to be worth a little bit to be able to change that, and there's no other way to change it. I guess that's about all I've got right now.
Doug Bryant?
My main problem is value. And I guess the question is there anybody else that would have an interest in paying $150,000 for this property besides the town of Londonderry? And, you know, it's between the river, Route 100, and the dump. And I can't get there in my mind. Maybe the select board has. You said there's a negotiated price. I'd like to have some information on how that price was negotiated and how the value was set at 3 times what the property sold for at auction.
I'd just like to say one thing.
Just a minute, Steve, what's up?
I think he had a question. Okay, well,
There's more questions to come up. I would like the select board to have a,
last year, the town, according to the town report, spent $72,000 on gravel. Seems to me that instead of buying milk, we could own the cow. There's X amount of gravel there. We have to do it responsibly. If I'm not mistaken, there was a berm built out of gravel between the transfer station and that property that contains gravel that is not even added into that amount. That's probably some gravel we can go after without having to do a lot of infrastructure. Let's say there is contamination. Would it be better if the town owned that property when it was found? Or after they built 8 houses on it? How much would it cost for us to clean it up? They build these houses and sink some wells and find the water's in it. Now, I'm not saying there's a ghost around every corner, but I see a lot of good things by owning this. That's pretty much what I got to say about that.
Kathy?
I just want to say that being in real estate, I've been in real estate for 26 years, and broker for 22 years. When a property comes up for sale for auction, it is handled totally different when it comes to an appraisal. That is basically an auction that's, when you go for auction, there's only going to be a few people that come in and vote on it. In this instance, I believe there was one individual. Okay? Because that property went so low, doesn't mean that that's its actual value. It went for $49,000 in auction. There's an appraiser that's going to look at that and say, oh, everything else around it's only worth $49,000 because that's sold at $49,000 in auction. They brought it as is. When you buy a property as is, you are entitled to pay less for it because there are unknowns on that property that they're dealing with. They cannot really address it until after they own it. That is why most distressed properties that are on auction go so cheap. Doesn't mean that that's the value of the property. It means that what someone was willing to pay for it to take the risk of having items on it that they cannot even address until after they own it. So we can look at it and say, okay, they sold it for $40, they bought it for $49, they're making it a bunch of money. But in reality, they bought a distressed piece of property that is unsure what's on there. As a town, we can go in there and then do a little research, and we have more time to decide what that value is, or decide it's worth $150 or not. But we cannot hold anybody because they purchased this property at $49,000. I don't think it's fair to them. I think we need to address it. What is the value of the property now? What might be the value to the town in the future?
So another hand, yeah, right there.
So we have a supposed 100,000 yards of bank run gravel that needs to be processed into crushed gravel so that we can use it on our roads. Bank run gravel is worthless other than for fill. We have 30,000 yards supposedly for sand. What type of sand? Is it dead sand? Is it mound sand? That sand will have to be processed as well. So it's worthless. The property is worthless. For us to buy it and then have to pay to have somebody process it, whether it's $5 a yard, or $4 a yard, or $30 a yard, it's going to cost us more than $150,000.
If the town was so inclined of really owning this piece of property, You had your chance when it was gone for auction. Why didn't you do something then? We should not do anything more than what was done at auction because we had the chance then. We didn't do it. So now you're gonna pay high price. It's crazy.
Okay, the select board, there's a question out there, how did you negotiate a price and several other things that hopefully we can address together.
I can answer Roger's question pretty quickly. The fact is, we don't have the money to go to an auction to buy property without coming to you first and getting the expenditure approved. I'm pretty sure you'd all frown on that.
You could call a special meeting.
You could, but it takes time.
I understand.
I'd like to call
Let me just finish, I gotta, what was the other question?
You were asked specifically, how did you negotiate this price?
We talked to the people, the Yershas that bought the property at the auction, asked them how much they would, or I guess they approached us first, but asked the amount of money that they would be looking for to get for the property. It started out, what was the first number, Paul? Was it 170? 160. 160. And we started it, we went to 140, we met in the middle at 150. That was as far as we could get with it, if that explains how we got to that number. And that was solely so we could have a number that was agreeable upon by the seller, so we could have it put in the warning for this meeting.
Okay, Melissa Brown was trying to make a motion to call a question, in other words, to end debate. Is there a second to that?
I have a question.
Roger Sheehan seconded it, so we're going to vote now on whether effectively to end debate. If you want to keep debating,
amendment on the floor.
it's your privilege. It's simply that you vote no. If you want to end debate and vote on the question.
There's an amendment on the floor.
Well, yeah, she's calling the question on the amendment. It will be an amendment that is, if we call the question is being called, it's to vote on the amendment. Then we would continue right on with no pause to vote on the main motion.
If we pass the amendment, why would you go back again? I'm lost. We've established a price in the amendment.
Did we get the amendment passed?
No.
The motion, as I understand it right now, is
Call the question.
150 went to 80, 30 went to 20, and 120 went to 60, and I don't believe we voted on that.
We have not. And that's-
No, so if the question gets called and we vote to end debate, immediately we vote on whether to amend the motion.
Exactly.
Assuming that passes, we again immediately vote on the new motion. That's the way the system works.
Okay, go ahead.
So, right now, the question before you is, do you want to end debate? All of those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? No. I'm going to ask for a show of hands. All of those who are in favor of suspending debate, please raise their hand. You count that side of the room. I've got 36 total. Okay, all of those opposed to ending debate. We're going to continue to debate. Okay, debate continues. Go back there.
Yeah. Listening to the various discussions, it would seem to us that more work needs to be done to define exactly what we've got here. Not only the number of cubic yards we've got, the quality of them, what implications there are for wetlands, a big issue, what it would take to extract it, and then come back and say, okay, this is what we have. It's been proven by perk test, by however you go about doing it, to define this is a good deal. It may be. It may be the best deal we've ever seen, or it may not. Right now, we're kind of caught in no man's land with lack of knowledge. And that's a bad thing when you're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars. So I would submit that maybe we do a period, whatever that takes, that, and maybe even at this meeting decide we're going to spend $10,000, whatever the amount of money is to hire an engineering firm to come in that we can trust and say, here's what you got, folks. And that defines the value of the land.
Richard Corson, I got two questions. If the water is polluted on the land, can we dig the gravel up and spread it around? And my other question is, if the water is polluted, didn't Londonderry pollute the water so that we're liable for it?
All I can tell you is right now, there is no violation on this piece of property through A&R. I can't speculate because I don't know.
But if you have gravel that's contaminated, can you spread it around town?
I don't know. That would solely be up to the A&R. If there's determined to be a violation, they would come in and they would tell us what we had to do, I'm sure.
Gravel, we got to look at it more.
Steve says the gravel's all above water.
Okay, thank you.
I'm kind of selfish in this one. I live right below there. So the idea of someone building a house and not disturbing much is not a big deal. Doing a whole gravel pit, disturbing a lot, possibly pushing that downriver to my house, kind of worries me a little, especially with everything going on.
Yes, right here.
Just as a nurse again, I'm concerned about environmental issues as it relates to health, and having served on the Walpole Conservation Commission, I'm also share concerns about the effects of drainage with water and on health. And if nothing else, even if someone didn't agree with me, just to hear the amount of concerns that people have, I think that in itself speaks to just vote the article down.
Just to try and get this thing under control a little bit, how do we table this thing? Because we've got all kinds of motions on the floor. And I think there's a strong, I'm getting the sense of a strong feeling that the population would like the board to get more solid information. They don't really have enough on which to commit $160,000 or whatever. So when can we, how do we table it?
Well, you move the table, I want to know what your intent is so that I can tell you the proper motion. Because often in Vermont town meetings, they move to pass over, but that can be construed as tabling, it can be construed as postponing indefinitely. Postponing indefinitely is pretty much a way of voting no without voting no and permanently killing something. So do you want to table to a time certain? Do you want to table until it's called up again?
Yeah, to pass over, to give the board time to get questions, I think very valid questions put out here, to find out what this thing really is.
You can make a motion to table at any time. You can put a date on that table until a time, or you can just say it's tabled, and it can be brought up again anytime in this meeting after we do the next article, or anytime in the future that it is brought up. So it's up to you.
I would move an indefinite table.
Okay, it's been moved to table the motion. Very, very specifically, you can debate the reasons for tabling. You cannot debate the major issue, so it's a very narrow line that you can talk about. Bob?
My suggestion might be to withdraw the second, to withdraw the motion that John did, and that gets rid of that whole thing. Then, in my own personal opinion, I enjoy what Mr. Alexander is saying. But I would also like to join the chorus of people that are opposed to this. I think they're buying something for $49,000.
Now you're outside.
You get the thrust.
I'm just curious as to whether this is the right time to ask the question of what would the select board intend to do if this is voted down? What happens then?
Unfortunately, it's a logical question, but no, parliamentary-wise, it's not.
Okay.
So, the motion is to table this until whenever time it's brought up again.
Wait a minute, can I say something?
About tabling,
About tabling.
very specifically to table.
Okay, let me know if I'm wrong. Can we table it for, let's say, a couple months to give us the opportunity to do a little bit more research and to make a list for 2 months, but indefinitely, that will never work.
If Mr. Barry wants to change his motion to table for 2 months, he may. If not, we've got a motion to table it indefinitely.
I'm going to keep it with the indefinite because I don't think it's proper to nail the board down to getting the information they need within 2 months. They may get it in 2 weeks, they may get it in 9 weeks. I don't know.
Did we have a second on this motion?
No.
My error, we need someone to second it.
I second that.
And your name, sir?
Roger Zima.
Thank you. Okay, now it's been moved and seconded. So, I'm going to call the question. The question is to table this until it's brought up, whenever that might be, or to not table it and continue right now. Is this just a parliamentary question?
Does that table the 150 or does it table the 80?
It effectively tables both at the moment. But what specifically, no, it tables the whole thing.
I specifically said table the article.
Yeah, but it will table both. The whole thing, if this passes. So, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of tabling Article 11, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? No. The ayes have it. Motion has been tabled. Okay, Article 12. To see how much the town will vote for a general... Article 12. To see how much the town will vote for a general fund. You can look on page 4 of your book to get what the select board is recommending. I know, but it's there. Do I have a motion on Article 12?
So moved.
No, you need a number.
You need a number.
I'll move that we, is it $1,621,664.52? Is that the right number? Do we budget for that? For a general fund?
What's your proposed?
Or is it the budgeted income?
Where's that number?
It's 3 places there. It's the total budgeted expenditures and the total revenue.
Excuse me. This 1,000,006, you're using the 1,006,021?
Yeah.
Fine, you're living out Schedule 23.
Yeah.
Schedule 23 is,
I think it's actually on page 5, the number you're looking for.
okay. I was going to say Schedule 23 is blank, but we have appropriated money for the The town hall,
Okay, so the number you gave, Bruce, I believe was $1,621,666.52. Is that correct?
$64.
64, you're correct. Okay, so right at the bottom of page 4, on the last column. And was there a second?
Second, Richard Dale.
That's the number, but it's not the number at the bottom. You want the number halfway up on the page.
Halfway up the page.
Total budget, it's the same thing.
The modified
It's the same number.
It's the same number.
Bottom number showing the revenue.
Right, yeah.
Top number is the same number.
Yeah. Total budget expense.
So the number is correct. For what the selectmen have recommended. Is the discussion? You're just a second in? Yeah, got that. Any discussion on this? If not, all, yes.
Just a question on the total, like the highway equipment fund, we voted on, that's not in there. Is there anything else that's not in there that we should know about?
Article 8, 9, and 10 are not in
The
there.
others are on that.
All right.
Except the appropriation.
We are voting on Article 12, and the number that has been inserted into that is $1,621,664.52.
Can I ask one more quick question?
Certainly.
Does any of this stuff that we're going to vote on a little later in this meeting affect this number at all?
Yes, they are in addition to this.
So how can
This
we,
is the operating budget.
This number is the general fund. Those are special appropriations.
Which would be added to that number to affect the
they'll be added to this number?
They'd be separate.
There's no more discussion. All those in favor of Article 12 with the number $1,621,664.52 inserted, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? And Article 10, excuse me, Article 12 has passed on the voice vote. Did you have something you wanted to do, Steve, or no?
Yeah, but I'm not sure just exactly how to do it. I have a little bit of an issue still with Article 9.
Well, you may make a motion to...
With Article 11, I'm sorry.
To take Article 11 off the table. It would now be in order because we have done some other business.
Can I make a motion from this seat to do that?
You're a member of the...
I would like to make a motion that we take Article 11 out of tableization for a few minutes.
I'll give you a very narrow window to explain why you want to do that.
You have charged the select board with something that I think is good. I mean, we should be able to have some more answers within a couple months, I would think, from the state of Vermont. As I said before, we got caught in between retirement things there, but we still have no money to talk about hiring an engineer. We won't be able to have those answers very quickly until we are able to spend a little money to get those numbers. Does anybody have any idea?
I'm going to ask for a second now to your motion, and then...
Okay.
So does anyone wish to second the motion on the floor? Claire Trask seconded. Okay, now it's open for discussion. Go ahead.
Well,
you've said all you want to say. Okay.
Don't we have to vote on whether or not we want to take it off the table?
Right. All he was doing was giving a... You can discuss now, not the issue. You can discuss, again, with a narrow window, the advisability of taking it off the table. I'm not going to allow a discussion on the merits of the property or anything else, only the merits of taking it off the table at this time. Melissa?
And if I'm in dangerous territory, Wendell, you can shut me down, but I feel that a lot of our committee members have left considering that that was a done article. So I don't think it's fair to even talk about untabling it.
I second that.
I understand the point. Technically, it can be brought back up once any other business has been transacted. There is a motion on the floor to remove it from the table. It has been seconded. We will vote on it. What I heard would imply to me that this is not intended to get back into the whole issue, but in fact to make a clarification of the body, and I would tend to allow it on that grounds, but also it's parliamentary legitimate. When you walk out of a meeting, you think it can happen after you leave. Unfortunate, but
Parliamentary inquiry, which trumps the motion to table or not, or undo it. That parliamentary inquiry is my understanding that only the people who voted in favor of tabling can make a motion to untable.
now, I do not think that is true. It's a motion to reconsider, and that's not what's being asked. If this had been voted down, if we'd actually voted against the article, and it couldn't be done at this meeting anyway, someone wanted to reconsider it, only someone who voted with the majority, but this is a different situation. Doug?
I'm not sure if this is a parliamentary question or not, but under other business, are we able to vote in a certain amount of funds for anything we so deem or no?
I would say no.
How about under Article 23 of Wendell? Article 23 is to transact any other business that may legally come before. No.
That's any legal business, and it's not for voting funds.
Okay.
Yes. Actually, because this was a motion, it probably could be done. If you're concerned about the number of people here, however, you're going to have more people here probably than you are then. And so I'll just point that out as a fact you can consider.
I'd like to make a motion to untable it only for the purposes of discussing funding for research so we can make a decision down the road.
I think that is the intent here. I'm not sure that you can untable it for that, but I'm overwhelmingly confident that that is the only reason for doing this, so we will continue with the motion on the floor.
Well, if I could just reiterate, I mean, I got thinking afterwards that in order for us to answer the questions that we were asked, I just don't see any way that it's going to be done without spending some money, and it's not budgeted, it's not, so that's, once we get a directive on that part, it can be tabled again.
From my point of view as a moderator, the whole purpose of parliamentary procedure is to get the majority's will, respecting the rights of the minority, in as efficient a way as possible. And I think unintentionally a conflict was created here, and what I'm hearing is an attempt to get that clarified without undoing the essence of the original decision.
Would it be possible, I hate to raise it this way, to totally recast Article 11, in other words, and come up with a new motion, say that we're going to vote $50,000 or $60,000, or whatever number you think is correct, so they can explore the matter and come up with their own ideas where we're going to go with it.
If it is voted to take this off the table, then you may offer an amendment. But not until we vote.
Yeah, okay, well, I'm just trying to get this thing put together.
Question, and I think it's a straightforward answer. Yes.
Actually, I agree with Steve on this.
Wow.
So we need to have an informed decision of what we've got, and it's going to take a little bit of money to do that.
Julie.
It brings a question to me, is if we don't own the land, how can we go on it and do engineering and any of that? It's owned by somebody else.
I feel quite confident that we can handle that and take care of it. We've gotten permission to go into the test holes, which we've already done, and I don't think it would be a problem.
Being a realtor for many, many years as well, dealing commercially, it's rule of thumb when you're making a commercial purchase such as this, you get an environmental study done and an outside appraiser. I won't put it on our listers department, but it's kind of a rule of thumb, the way to go that way.
Okay, so we've held it, not really about it. The motion on the floor is to remove Article 11 from the table. Are we ready for that question?
Okay, sorry.
Melissa?
Sorry.
Melissa?
So you're asking us to vote now if we're going to untable the table article.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. It's got to be clear. It's
No,
getting a little
no.
confusing around here.
That's very good. We need to be very clear on this one. So, all those in favor of removing Article 11 from the table, and I'm going on faith that the reason for doing that has been legitimately stated. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. Ayes clearly have it. Nays talk louder, but... Okay, so Article 11 is now on the table. Do you want to offer an amendment, John?
Yes, I do. I wish to amend Article 11 to read in total. We shall approve a sum not to exceed $60,000 for the select board. Is that too little? Well, I don't know how much engineering is going to charge. Pick enough.
John,
stand up, please.
You need to go to the microphone.
What?
They can't hear you.
Stand up.
I'm proposing that Article 11 read in total, that we will appropriate $60,000 or such lesser sum as the town council may wish to do the required engineering and legal search to see the condition of this the land which has been proposed for purchase. This does not give authorization to purchase, gives no money for purchase, it only gives money for engineering and what other contractual matters you have to get approvals, because you've got apparently two opposite verbal approval. One says yes, one says no from the state, and neither one is
I
written.
think that's going to work itself out.
Well, but until it does, you know.
John, the way you've made it, I don't think it can allow the motion because you have made a motion for an amount of money or whatever they recommend.
No, well,
You want
I'm not-
to get a recommendation from them and plug that into your motion.
I said not to exceed. I did not say it has to go that far.
Oh, so you mean they can spend, you're just telling them they can spend less?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
Spend
That's
less.
good, Jeff.
I'm out of touch with what things cost nowadays, I think, but I think that's an extremely,
I hope it's feasible.
well, yeah, I don't know that it's excessive, but I think it's
I didn't say you had to
very,
spend more.
very, yeah, okay.
So,
We'll use it.
So
we're going to vote it in?
just a minute. There's a motion on the floor. I have not heard a second yet. Who seconded it?
Repeat the motion, please.
Claire Trask. So the motion is to amend Article 11 to allow the select board to spend up to $60,000 to study.
Exactly. For engineering and any other such studies are necessary for the bid to assess the feasibility of the development.
For engineering and other studies to assess the feasibility of buying the question property.
Can we discuss this one?
Now, yes, it is now on the floor as a motion. You may discuss it. Bob Forbes.
Given this proposal, I'd rather go back to Dougie Fry's idea. There you go. I mean, really, this is kind of absurd. I don't really understand why the select board doesn't have enough in the way of discretionary funds to spend a few $1,000s on an engineer to do an evaluation of the yardage that's there. I don't know to the extent that you're going to have to pay the state for their information. That should be mostly consultation. So if there was going to be a sum for investigating the the cost or the value of this property, it should be in the area of $5,000 to $10,000 at the very most. And if it was going to be a 50 or 60, you might as well make an offer. That's what Dougie was doing, saying, we'll buy it from you for X.
Doug?
Well, since I'm good at making amendments, I'd like to make an amendment to the amendment. Make the change $60,000 to $10,000.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to amend the amendment to change the authorization to spend $60,000 to the authorization to spend $10,000. Is there discussion?
Up to
Up to $10,000, right.
I will second that motion.
I'd like to call the question.
We have a motion to call the question. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have to vote on whether to call the question with no debate. The question we're calling is Doug Fryant's amendment to the amendment. However, if that passes, we will immediately then go on to vote that as the amendment without further debate. You understand that? Okay. So, all those in favor of calling the question, i.e. ending debate, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. The question has been called. The question on the floor is on the amendment, which is to authorize the select board to spend up to $10,000 to do engineering and whatever other studies they need to assess the advisability of buying this piece of property. Is that clear? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
The amendment passes. Now we're going to vote on the initial amendment, but it's been changed. So we're going to vote on the exact same question we did, but to follow the rules, we've got to do it again. But it's the same exact question, up to $10,000 to assess. So all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, so now we have approved for the select board to expend up to $10,000 in assessing the advisability of buying this property. Anybody want to take a deep breath? Okay. Article 13. Shall the town vote for its taxes to be paid to the town treasurer as provided by law? Due date to be on or before October 1st, 2016. Second. Article 13 has been moved and seconded. Wait a minute. On, yeah, okay, that's fair. Okay, so I got that. Motion clear to everyone. It's just exactly as the Article 13 is worded. Shall the town vote for its taxes to be paid to the town treasurer as provided by law, due date to be on or before 1st of October. I started to hedge on this once, and I'm almost hedging on now. I think I know what it was intended to mean. I'm not sure that's the way it's worded. Because this could be you're setting a due date before the 1st of October. I doubt that was the intent. Because I think the intent was you could pay your taxes before then if you wanted to.
That would be helpful.
Right, but I do find the wording a little strange, but unless someone objects, we're going to move forward. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? And Article 13 passes on a voice vote. Article 14, shall the town raise a sum of $20,000 on the grand list of 2016 for Champion Fire Company number 5? And their report is on page 36 through 38.
So moved.
It's been moved by Martin. Matt Moser, is there a second? Second. And seconded by, the name I don't know. Discussion. Bob.
My memory may be going south, but what happened to the days when we had some money that was split between Phoenix and Champion?
Yeah, Phoenix isn't.
Phoenix isn't in here.
Well, I asked this question last night, and I think
Microphone.
It's a very simple answer. Phoenix Fire Company was fortunate enough this year to do well with their fundraising. We didn't feel it was necessary to ask the town for any money this year.
I would like to point out that as we came in today, we were passed out a financial report from Phoenix Fire Company. I did not know whether that was going to be on the floor accompanied by a request. Am I understanding that it will not be accompanied by a request, as far as you know?
Just information.
Just information. Just information. Okay, thank you. So again, Article 14. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor of Article 14?
Has it ever occurred to Champion to also do the same thing through fundraising and not ask for their $20,000 this year?
I don't know if there's anyone from Champion who wants to answer that. I certainly can. Nor should I. I can do that.
The answer to that is probably not a popular answer. I've been unpopular up here before, probably will be again. If anybody'd like to go over what it takes to kind of run fire department to the level that it takes to maintain certified firefighters, replacement equipment, and not run up against the wall, with things, air packs, jackets, turnout gear, all the safety things. To give you an idea, I did some paths over the last 6 years. So over the last 6 years, we had an income line of an average of $73,158. We had a baseline expense of $52,000 a year. So when you do that, in some years, and again, that went to, the excess went to the year where we paid $65,000 in for our fire truck that the town graciously approved last year. So for instance, in 2014, we had a baseline expense about $43,000, 2015, $35,000, projected 2016, $50,400. And how does that? So if anybody wants to go over the details of that, I'm more than happy to show you all the line items that go with that. That includes reappropriating and preparing for next large expenditures for interior personnel air packs. That's going to be in the upcoming next 2 years? 2 to 3 years. We anticipate an $80,000 expense that we're getting ready for. So it's not through loose fiscal management. It is through very concerned planning on budgets that are very tight, and to make sure that we can continue on to provide the level of fire service that this town has come to know. I can get into more details, but it's getting late, but I'm happy to do that.
Is there further discussion on Article 14?
Let's go. I just want to make it clear, this isn't probably not going to happen every year. This just happened to be a year where we felt we were in a good position and financially with the department. And I feel we provide a pretty good high level of service also. But It just, we all are taxpayers in this town. We know there are items, a lot of items on the warning this year that are going to be expense items. And it was just happened to be a year we felt we could do it.
Further discussion on Article 14? If not, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? And the ayes have it. It's passed on a voice vote. Article 15, to see if the town will vote to raise a sum of $1,000 for the Londonderry Conservation Fund. This report is on pages 40 to 42. Moved by Kevin Beatty, is there a second?
Second.
I can't see. Oh, Bob Fish. Bob Fish seconded. Is there discussion? John?
I have a question as to why the Londonderry Conservation Committee wants any money. You look at their thing on page 40.
Stand up, please.
I'm asking why the Conservation Committee needs any money. They started out the year with $17,800. We gave them $1,000. They ended up the year with $18,800. They didn't spend a dime. Why do they need money this year? Do they have any plans? Everything they do has been, thankfully, by volunteers.
Is anyone here that's in a position to answer that question?
Wendell?
Yes.
I don't know if any Conservation Commission members are here, but I can answer that. Well, do you want to answer?
Go ahead. You can
Okay. This needs to be remembered. This is not an operating budget for the Conservation Commission. This is a fund which has been building for something like 15 years or more. And the purpose of the fund is in Vermont state statutes to build a fund for use for conservation projects that might come up in the future. Conservation Commission has asked for $1,000 for this fund every year since I think about 1998. That's the reason for it. It has nothing to do with year-to-year operating expenses or projects which are included in the general budget.
In addition, this year we have voted to spend I think it's 5,000, I could have the number wrong.
Could you speak up, or?
We have voted to spend between $5,000 and $6,000, I don't remember what the exact number is, to pay some of the expenses related to accepting the Twitchell property to the town and to make it a town property. That money doesn't come from our operating fund, it comes from the Conservation Commission. And that money is there for this purpose.
Thank you.
Is there further discussion on Article 15? If not, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? And Article 15 passes on a voice vote. Article 16. Shall the town raise a sum of $6,000 on the grand list for the Londonderry Volunteer Rescue Squad? And their report is on pages 43 and 44.
I'll second.
I know you're saying, oh, Jim Twitchell. Okay, thank you. Any discussion on Article 16? If not, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? And Article 16 passes on a voice vote. Article 17, shall the town vote to raise a sum of $26,000 for the Mountain Valley Medical Center? Their report is on page 45, and Dr. Roger Fox was here earlier with backgrounding on this. Is there a motion? I heard a motion by, Bertie Holmes.
Second.
Moved, and Cindy Gubb seconded. Discussion. on Article 16. Excuse me, 17, right, my apologies. On Article 17 to raise to $26,000 for the Mountain Valley Medical Center. If not, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? And Article 17 carries on a voice vote. Article 18, shall the town raise a sum of $10,000 to the for the South Londonderry Library Association? Their report is on pages 46 and 47.
So moved.
Did you get the name? Thank you, Bob. Okay. So it's been moved and seconded, Article 18, for $10,000 to the South Londonderry Library Association. Is there discussion? If not, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? And Article 18 carries on a voice vote. Article 19, shall the town vote to raise a sum of $2,000 for the West River Montessori School to be used towards their new toddler program? Their report is on page 48. Is there a motion? It has been moved. Was that Marie? No, who moved it?
Martha Dale.
Okay, thank you.
I'll second.
Cindy got second. Is there anyone from the Montessori school who would wish to elaborate on this?
I'll make a comment.
Okay, I thought they...
Well, if they're not here, I believe that it's really important for working families to have quality childcare in the community. And toddlers is an important age to have quality childcare for, so I'm in favor for supporting it.
Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor, see, did I see a question coming over there?
I was just going to ask a question about, it seems in the past it has come up that the Montessori school serves children other than in Londonderry, and I'm wondering if this is a portion of the cost for Londonderry for this project, or if it's the total cost.
Is there anyone here who has an answer to that question?
What was the question again?
Question is that Sharon Crosby said she had heard that they serve students that are not from Londonderry. Was this a prorated cost for the Londonderry students, or was this just a general expense that would support all students? And
I don't know that.
is there any other discussion? If not, all in favor of Article 19, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
And Article 19 carries on a voice vote. Article 20, shall the town vote to raise a sum of $32,700 for the following organizations? I'm going to leave it to set them on the floor. I can read all of these and take time, or you can all read them yourself. It's totally up to you. I know it's late and some of you are probably getting antsy.
I'd like to make an amendment to this.
Okay.
I vote for increasing.
No, just a minute, just a minute. So we need a motion.
I move the question. The additional
Moving
question.
Article 20. Is there a second? Bob Ford says no.
Second.
Bruce, second. Okay, now.
I would like to make an amendment to the appropriation to the collaborative. I think they've been receiving $750 regularly every year. I'd like to see it increase to $1,250. I think they provide great programs for our children, and especially with the big issue of drugs, we need more support of these programs.
I apologize, I did not catch the number.
$1,250.
There's been a motion made to raise the 750 for the collaborative to 12,000.
1,250.
1,200. I didn't think I had that, right? $1,250. Is there a second?
Second.
Bob Fish. It's been moved and seconded to amend Article 20, where it's for the collaborative. It did say 750, and now it says 1,250. Bob Forrest.
Back to the last question, maybe. This requested amount is an amount that's requested by the collaborative, correct?
That's correct.
And that collaborative serves a number of different towns and communities. So I assume that they've established what they believe to be our fair share, if you will? Is there anybody from the collaborative that's here?
There she is. I think prepared to answer that.
So, yes, we've sort of settled on amounts of monies for the communities. They're not prorated for how many people we serve in each area. Each of the mountain towns here, we ask for 750 from. In Manchester, we ask for 1,000. We try to keep that at a low but well-invested rate, and we appreciate anything that we can give. Londonderry does have a larger population, but we serve equally the towns here in the mountain community and throughout the North Shire. And we try not to raise what we're asking for because we don't want to make a big ruckus, but both individually from everybody in our community and at the town meetings, we really do appreciate any investment that you guys can give us.
Okay, so the amendment is to raise it to 1,250. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Matt?
We've had conversations like this before, and this list over the years, even since my short tenure here, just grows and grows and grows and grows. With all due respect to the collaborative and quite honestly some of these other organizations on here, you talk about where to tear down and get some control. Unfortunately, this is a prime list for that. These are outside organizations, although many or all of them do a great amount of good. They are not directly related to the town of Londonderry. So I would. Let me finish. I'm saying that they are again separate organizations that do a lot of good work. But if you watch this list over the last 10, 15 years, it's gone from 10, 20, now we're up to 32.7, and then here now we're going to grow, and it just grows and grows and grows. We've all voted in. I mean, let's face it, it takes money to take care of all these things, and if we pass it as a town, that's fine. But just keep in mind that this list just seems to just grow and grow and grow.
Further discussion?
Last year, we had the same discussion, and didn't we decide we were going to appoint a committee to look into each of these organizations and make recommendations as to which committees were going to be viable? I think Marge Fish volunteered to be on this committee, and somebody else. Do you have any remembrance of that? It's in the minutes from
That did happen this year.
Okay.
These groups on this list were submitted to the board after they went through that committee.
And I'm relatively new here, only 12.
Can't hear you. Stand
I'm
up.
new here, only 13 years.
Stand up.
Can you tell me?
Try standing up and your voice will project.
I'm just wondering what the current is.
I vote for transportation.
We have a bus in town?
I'm sorry, what regional? Page 62.
Okay, and it comes, what does it do?
It transports people who don't have transportation to doctor's appointments, town, groceries.
Thank you.
Doug?
I support the collaborative personally. I think it's a great organization. I don't really want to start a precedent of amending these numbers from the floor. These are the amendments that the people have asked for, or these are the numbers that the people have asked for. And I think it's a good idea to let them decide how much they need and request that from us. But I would encourage everybody to support the collaborative.
And you do it.
Bonnie?
I agree with what Doug says, and I think that maybe next year the collaborative comes back with that $1,250, but otherwise it opens up a can of worms and we'll start moving around everyone's figures. And I support the collaborative also.
Is your hand up back there?
I just want to say that, you know, a lot of times when I ask for monies, you know, for these school organizations and everything, and I think, how much do we ask for? How much are we supposed to ask for? I think maybe you can make an outline of monies that you want to appropriate for different things in advance because, you know, let's face it, we have inflation, we have a big drug issue, you know, we have to deal with, and the collaborative does a lot for our kids. I have 4 children, and I'll tell you, it's you know, I was outnumbered myself, you know, trying to keep track of everybody. And the collaborative has provided great programs, and they've gotten the same amount of money every year for many years, so other people are asking for a little more. Maybe there should be some sort of baseline. That's all.
Julie?
Cheryl, I think what you say is good, but we need to go back to what Doug just said. We have to vote in what these people ask for, and if you want to give private contributions to any one of these, anybody is more than welcome. But I think it needs to go through the collaborative.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I just drew my amendment, speaking of.
No. No, if you've got something, address it to the whole crowd. And
Yeah.
I think just as a side note, looking back at last year's meeting, the town only voted for $32,770. So we've actually gone down $70 this year.
Further discussion on the amendment, which was to raise the figure to $1,250. If not, all in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Opposed? No. The noes have it. We go back to the original figure of $750, and that leaves all of Article 20 as written. Is there further discussion on Article 20? If not, all those in favor of Article 20, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
The ayes have it. Article 20 passes on a voice vote. Article 21. Shall the town vote to raise a sum of $4,800 for the partnership? Their report is on page 72.
What page was it?
72, on page 72. Bertie Cole's move. I do not at this point have a second.
Second.
Bob Fish seconded. Yes.
Can I ask if there's anybody here from the partnership that can explain what the benefit would be to Londonderry?
There is.
Let me give one word of introduction, if I could, please. The partnership did sponsor a meeting last week, week before, at the town for people to attend and get information, but just a word of introduction to Cindy. The partnership is a public-private initiative that has grown from the Manchester and Mountains Chamber of Commerce with the goals of growing destination marketing and improving economic development in the 18-town local region. Cindy is here to answer questions.
It's been a long day and a lot of tough decisions, but let me just give you a little more background on the partnership. I serve on the board of the Manchester and the Mountains Regional Chamber of Commerce. That encompasses 18 towns in our region, all the way down to Arlington, up to Danby Mount Tabor, over this way to Jamaica and Londonderry, Weston. So there's 18 towns in our region. About 18 months ago, the Chamber went through an evaluation to figure out how we're going to move forward. We're not being an effective organization. We're desperate for an injection of economic development in this area and trying to attract more tourism to this area. So we did a lot of focus groups with different industry sectors, came back with our research, and we have determined that there's two things we need to do. Number one, we need to become a destination marketing organization. So that means trying to bring more people to the area to fill our inns, have people shopping in our retail locations, eating in our restaurants, using our services such as snow plowing and property maintenance and that sort of thing. The second thing was we need some economic development here. Yes, they have a place down in Brattleboro that does it, an organization. They have one in Bennington, but there's nothing at the northern reaches of either Windham County or Bennington County. And if we don't do it ourselves, no one's going to do it for us. So what the Chamber would like to do is fund these two major initiatives through a new organization that we're calling the Partnership. So obviously bringing more people to the area and also doing economic development. We have about $80,000 we have raised through private fundraising, that's private dollars, that have believed what we have said we are going to do. And now we're reaching out to each town under our umbrella of the Chamber for an amount of public funds. And based on the size of our town, the number of people, our tax revenues, that sort of thing, they are asking the town of Londonderry for $4,800 to help fund this partnership. That breaks down to about $1.11 per $100,000 of property value. So we're here to ask for your support. I know you've been asked all day long to support things, but this is something I feel very passionate about that I think our area needs. We need to bring new businesses to the area. They don't have to be huge, but we need some new economic development in this area.
Cindy, I'm wondering how this dovetails or duplicates the work that the Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies, which is next on our list,
Right.
how that works with that.
Well, everyone, I hope, has read the article in the Manchester Journal. We're poised to do something. They pointed out that this is an issue. We've been working on this issue now for over 16, 18 months, trying to come up with a way to re-energize our area. We're not going to work in a vacuum. We'll work with the other organizations that are out there, but we feel we need control of our own destiny. And we're not going to get that from somebody down in Bennington. We're not going to get that from somebody down in Windham County, down in Brattleboro. So yes, we will collaborate, but we want to control our own destiny.
Is this for a new position or for existing positions already?
We would keep the chamber offices where they are now, next to the North Shore Bookstore. We would expand the number of people within that office for attending travel shows, trying to attract tour operators to the area, travel agents, so that they can, book more trips here, go to travel shows, but then at the same time, we would be hiring more people to work as on the economic development arm. So yes, we would be expanding the base of people within the organization.
But nobody specifically for the economic development?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes, definitely.
I have two questions, or comment and a question. We used to have a Chamber of Commerce here. Did they die of old age, or do they still exist?
No, I think with the change, pardon?
They do not exist.
They don't exist anymore, but I think the major change was once we went to healthcare that was provided by the state. That was one of the things that chambers were a reason for joining, to get your healthcare through that organization.
Right. And the second is basically a comment. I'm just looking at budgets going to more than double in 3 years.
That's correct. We'd be hiring, our budget would continue to increase as we expanded the organization to do more of the destination marketing and also to hire more people for the economic development arm. It doesn't happen without people.
I realize that, but I'm just not seeing a lot of destination here in Londonderry.
Well, Londonderry has a lot of assets, and there's a long list. I sat down and typed up a whole list of them. We have a lot of attractions here. We have a lot of recreational opportunities. We have a lot of good educational facilities here. You have Floodbrook, or Sendingtown to Burton, which is where I work. We have good preschools. We have the library. We have Kinhaven. We have good restaurants, we have the mountains, so there's a lot of assets in this town that we can use to market the area. So you get people here, what are they going to do? Well, go to Magic Mountain, they have the ropes course, or go to Kinhaven for a free afternoon concert. So we have a lot to offer, but we have to market it. Nobody knows it's here.
I have a just a couple of questions. So you're asking, how much comparably to the other towns are you asking them for to meet this $75,000?
So for Manchester, we're asking them for $25,000. For Arlington, $37,000. Shaftesbury, $5,200. Stratton, $5,100. Weston, $2,000. Quinn Hall, $4,200. So it's a range.
Okay. And so how, or what is your plan for results-based accountability? Like how are you going to know if what you're doing is really working?
We need to keep the town involved, so we would ask for someone to probably serve on an advisory council or a couple of people so that you know what we're doing. And we would also come back and report to you next year before we ask for more money.
And would that be one of the salaries or payroll? Would that be a payroll position? Because I see that payroll is a huge part of cost.
Well, it is, but if you're doing economic development, you want somebody who knows what they're doing. So as far as the budget is concerned, I don't have it right in front of me, so. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What happens if a particular town out of this list votes it down, other towns voted in? How does the service to that town get affected?
You have to pay to play. If we don't give funding to help support the organization, our town will not be inventoried for the assets that we have. So we won't be included in marketing material, we won't be promoting the West River Trail or the camping at Winhall Brook or whatever else we have to offer. We won't be able to play.
So to speak to what I was asking about before, if there's going to be new positions or somebody within there, and you had mentioned that to do economic development, you need people who are, so who is going to be the economic development specialist for our area? Because it is a different type of area.
Right, well, we haven't hired that person. We have to have the funding in order to be able to do that. The economic development person would first do an inventory of all the towns within our region. What do we have available for commercial property? What properties exist that you can expand? What do we have for recreational opportunities? What spaces are available for rent? What's housing like in the different towns? So there has to be an assessment of everything we have in our area. So when someone walks in the door and says, I have a small business, I want to operate here in Manchester, what's the housing like here? And what are the schools like? So that person can say, we have top-notch schools, you'll love it here, your kids will love it here. And you can find a house for roughly $350,000 within these 3 towns. Because the workers need some place to live too if you're starting a business. Martha?
I think it sounds like a perfect tie-in to what Oliver Olson mentioned this morning about the challenges we have as a small town in Vermont. And I think the idea of spending money and not very much money to have Londonderry and its services portrayed in a very wide market area is a great way of helping us thrive as a community.
I think there's only one way we can thrive, and that's to thrive together, to throw ourselves into a regional marketing and a regional economic development effort. I don't think we can do it alone. It's a tough crowd here.
Cindy, I know you can't speak for the next one, Article 22, but do you see any duplication of services between you and, say, Sevens?
I'm not that familiar with Sevens and what they're going to, I'm looking up at Oliver in the peanut gallery. Can you speak to that?
Well, there's somebody here from Sevens.
Okay, all right, so he'll have to follow me.
Okay, I'm not a resident. Is it okay for me to speak? Well, is there a...
Why don't we finish, yeah.
But I guess my question, Wendell, was could we hear from him before we had a vote?
I know that's what you want. I'm going to explain how you can do it.
Thank you.
It would be fine if someone wanted to offer an amendment to this to split out the funding for the partnership. Oh, no. Actually, I'll tell you what. We could table this. We could do the next one, and then you could bring, I'm trying to figure out, Steve's request is utterly logical. So hearing no objection, I'm just going to say, yes, do it. Bob?
I'm not sure what Point of order, what would be out of order for Oliver to said that's because...
It's not all we're talking about. They have a representative here. There is a connection. We may have to suspend the rules to do it. That takes a 3/4 majority vote. Symbol-wise, I'm going to say we'll do it unless somebody objects. If you don't object, I've got a 100% vote and we'll just do it.
Do it.
Okay. You make them up.
Good afternoon. I'd like to start by thanking the Select Board for the hard work that they do, for you, the body, for putting in a long day, and most especially to the masterful moderator here who really balances discipline and levity to run what appears to be a great meeting. So, I'm here to represent the Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies, which is known as SEVEDS. To give you a little bit of background, it was started back in 2007 when some folks were trying to look at some broadband and cellular access issues in the Windham region. Fast forward a few years, they then started to work on something called a Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy. And that is a federally recognized document from the EDA. And once that strategy is recognized, it helps the region leverage funding. So we're primarily grant funded, but we are now starting to go out to municipalities and ask for funding to help support, most specifically, our workforce development initiatives. In that programming area, we have, there was an article in the Reformer not only a week ago about our Fast Track to Success program, which is going in all the regional high schools to bring awareness about the issues that Representative Olson spoke of earlier today around letting our young folks know about the opportunities that exist in the area, because yes, if a young person who is not necessarily college bound, or even if they are college bound, they want to stay in the area. There are employers here, but if they don't know about those employers and they don't know that, a year after high school with maybe a certification, they can earn a reasonable wage, a living wage in this area. So it's really an awareness program to take high school students into these employers so that they know what opportunities are available. We also run a paid internship program in the region. It's important that students, and these are for college students, it's important that students be paid so that they feel valued and that the employers recognize that value. And then after college, so as you can see, it's a continuum. After college, we have the Young Professionals Organization. And on Saturday night, they had their inaugural gala, and I went to it. I'm not exactly a young professional, but it was open to everyone. It made me realize that this group, through the leadership of the gentleman that runs this group, it has become politically relevant because there were 286 people at that event. There was a candidate for governor at the event, as well as a candidate for the lieutenant governor. So the southeastern Vermont region, in the youth within that region, are saying to elected officials that, folks need to listen, and there's stuff happening down here. So I'm encouraged to hear about the partnership. In rural economies, which this is, we have to work collaboratively, and we have to think regionally. We are starting to work with Franklin County. We're starting to work with Chester County over in Keene as well as Bennington County. And I think the zone work that Representative Olson was speaking about also illustrates that. I'm completing a master's degree in economic development, and many of the theories that I've learned about during that program have talked about regionalism, so it's really, really important. And I completely understand where the partnership believes that economic development should be a focus as well. So I think it's these are good things to consider, good things to debate, and good things to talk about, but it's really important to keep our youth here and to keep pushing forward on these issues. So that's it for me. Or maybe not.
Okay, so we're on Article 21. Is there further discussion? Doug?
Personally, I support both articles. We're talking about Article 121 now. One of the things I've learned from my time on the school board as finance director is that the thing that gets our school budget to go down is more students. Now that is counterintuitive to everybody here, but it's absolutely true under the state education formula. So attracting people to the community helps us. If we get more people in the community, we have a broader tax base. If we get more people in the community, we get more students. At the K-8 level, it flips when we get up into the higher grades, but at the K-8 level, it actually makes our education taxes go down. So I support any way we can develop the community and encourage people to move here. I think it's a great thing.
Is there further discussion on Article 21 to raise $4,800 for the partnership? If not, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? And Article 21 carries on a voice vote. Article 22, shall the town vote to raise a sum of $5,300 for the Southern Vermont Economic Development Strategies, known as SEVIDS? Who moved that? Okay, thanks, Bob. And second? Esther Fishman, seconded. Any discussion on Article 22? Yes, Matt.
Between the two, we're talking over $10,000. I agree with Doug. I think the partnership and their idea to make it local and revitalize the economy is a wonderful thing. Unfortunately for Article 22, they've been here before and up until today, and evidence leading up to that with, coming around to local companies, a lot of business owners here. I don't think everybody's heard hide nor hair of that organization. And I think it's too much money, and I'm voting against it.
I kind of like it, Matt's feeling. A couple of years ago, we did pay a sum of money when Pat Bolton was here, I think about $5,000 or something. And we actually saw nothing in return. I think all the focus has been in Vernon and Brattleboro because of the closing of Vermont Yankee. And I'd like to know if this is going to change. Are we going to get something in Ellis?
Well, again, the focus of these funds are specifically for the workforce programming. So that's in all the region's high schools in Windham County. I think the answer to your question is yes. From a business attraction, retention, and expansion perspective, we do represent the entire county. So we do work on behalf of the region.
I hadn't really thought of it before. Something just came to my mind. You said it covers all the high school students in Windham County. Well, none of our kids go to high school in Windham County. And the other thing is only a few. Well, a few go to Londonderry, but the majority of them go to Burnberg, which is not it's in Bennington County. The other thing that came to mind, I remember having the discussions we had at the select board meeting with the representatives was there is one business, I think it's the Jamaica Cottage Shop, that has actually had some affiliation, but that's the only one in town that I know of, if that helps.
Further discussion on Article 22.
Wendell,
yes.
I got to reinforce what Pete Cobb said. Remember Pat Powden about 3 or 4 years ago did a great song and dance, and I think it was Savage. It was somebody who was located in Brattleboro, and it's true. We gave them money, but we never heard from them again until the next year when they asked for more money. We voted that down because they never said what they did, except spend our money. So here's the partnership is basically right next door to us and said, we're going to concentrate on what possibilities you have here to create business. this gentleman is saying, we're going to concentrate for high schools so some of the kids can get jobs. Thanks, but I'd like to see more money coming to the town in general.
Is there further discussion on Article 22? If not, all those in favor of $5,300 to the Southern Vermont Economic Development Strategies, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? No. The noes have it, and Article 22 fails. That was on the board. Article 23, to transact any other business that legally comes before this meeting.
I just had a question. I think I know the answer, but just for the record, I'm wondering what happened to the $100,000 fiscal year transition fund. Or is that done? Well, remember we were going to switch fiscal years from calendar to fiscal, and we were putting away $100,000 a year, so when we have 18 months to cover, it's covered without raising taxes. And I didn't see that in this year's budget, so I was just curious what happened.
It's in there. We're up to 300,000 now. We have 2 more years of it. It's already been.
Oh, it's in the operating budget?
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't see it.
Not the operating budget, the tax.
Understanding from over here that it's been built into the tax rate.
The tax. Thank you.
Is there any other issues under Article 23? Melissa Brown.
Just a couple. I know we had talked a few years ago about maybe starting this meeting a little earlier. I don't know if the select board would consider maybe a 9 a.m. start instead of a 9:30. You can still get the kids to school, get your chores done, and maybe get out of here before 4 o'clock. And then the other thing is, how do you decide how the articles are listed in the morning? Is there any way to get the officers at the end and maybe the more contentious issues at the beginning? Don't know.
How about fewer contentious issues?
Well, the more important, I want the hot ones. Sorry.
I saw it. Yes. Maybe. No, excuse me. No, you are. You've got the wrong name. I know who you are, yes.
Here's Katie Dunker-Bailey. And I just wanted to make people aware that the state is making major plans for development at Lowell Lake. And I'm afraid not too many people have heard about this. Some of the adjoining landowners got information. I encourage you to go online to look at the plan. It includes major logging, the rebuilding or building of 16 cabins, where there are now 12, the building of a bathhouse and an office apart to collect day use fees, and it's budgeted at I think it was $2.8 million. So I think Lowell Lake is a wonderful resource because of its lack of development, but either way, I think this is something that people should get information on. There was a meeting, and we were told that people's written comments will be very valuable and taken into consideration. So it's really encouraged that you look at the plan for your resource and write to the Department of Forest, Parks and Recreation. On the little table out here, there's a piece of paper that has all that information of who you would write to, where you can find out more about the plan. So it affects us, and we should be informed.
Just so you know, there's a copy of that plan in the town office.
It's quite extensive. It is,
but it's there if anyone is ever interested in taking a look at it.
Just a minute. Steve.
I'm going to be real popular after this. Should we have voted to retable Article 11? Because we never did. I'm just ignorant on this.
voted to amend it.
We voted to amend it and then pass it.
So, we talked about 9:30 and that worked this year. It was nice to start at 9:30. But there are a lot of us talking about Saturday, that more people could be involved, that the young high school kids could babysit for the babies. How can we start that kind of research, select board, so that we can start to think about doing something like that?
I think a lot of people work weekends around here, so
Yes. I did a little bit of research on the school meeting the other night, Bertie, and I counted, I think, 44 heads that were there that were not connected with the meeting one way or the other, either the board itself or there was 2 from each town there that were doing ballot boxes and stuff. 44 heads at 7 o'clock at night on a reasonable night to spend $8-point-something million. I don't think it matters what time of day you've got it. The people aren't going to show up if they don't want to go.
Roz.
I'd just like to invite all the select board members to show up at next year's annual meeting for the school budget. We only had one person show up on the select board.
Years ago, back in the 90s, I went around to all the towns. Back in the 90s, I went around to all the towns in the area who had their town meeting days not on Tuesday morning and who had changed to Saturday or changed to night or whatever. It didn't change.
It didn't be attended. Thanks for listening.
Noted, we had pretty good attendance today. The last hour or so. When you're talking about what people care about, it's find a way to show up.
John?
Would you accept a motion to adjourn?
Well, I would, but if I think we've got a few more hands.
So with that being said, I'd probably be one of the most unpopular people in here after Mr. Pritchell because Article 9 is now just not kosher.
I don't know whether you want to elaborate on that or not.
I think it should be brought amongst the fall.
I'm sorry.
You got to stand up, come to the microphone.
Back here, we can't hear.
We simply cannot hear
What I'm
it.
saying is I think because, like she just stated, that we don't have the people that show up to our town meetings because they're working, or the folks that are actually here are allowed to come here from work. It doesn't matter either way, but when you vote on an article like Article 9, I think everybody in the town should be able to vote on it, not 187 people.
They are allowed to. They chose not to go or take a day off.
Some people can just choose to take it.
Oh, yes, they can. Everybody could take one day off a year.
You could have all-day voting for it.
If the town voted to do that.
I'm on a point of personal privilege. I'm not supposed to talk from up here, but I'm not trying to influence big policy. But I've been on school boards. I have seen various meeting times. I have talked with school districts who went to the Australian ballot and found that their participation didn't rise. It shrunk. It went from a tiny percent to a tiny percent, and they had paid employees sitting around all day to process a handful of Australian ballots. We live in a tourist economy where there are some people who can't make it on Tuesday. There are likely as many people who cannot make it on a Saturday. There are likely as many people who are apt to be working in nights while supposedly normal people are off because they are dealing with tourists. I have never in my life seen any evidence that changing meeting times around that way actually works. Bob?
In this particular case, I don't, would have probably taken a petition to have it be an Australian ballot. But this particular article could have been an Australian ballot, and we have had Australian ballots for other issues that were significant issues in the town, one of which I was not in favor of, but we had, which was over windmills. So you can do that. If you have a big enough issue, you can say, look, we're not going to put this to just town meeting day. We're going to put this to a place where all of the voters within the town have the right to come and vote on that particular
You
issue.
can do that, Bob, but you have to petition that or vote on that at a previous meeting. So if you want to do that, the petition today.
I didn't do it. I'm just bringing it up.
You can do it, but it has to be done in advance, so that people know.
There was a meeting at the town office building the other night to discuss the policing issue. There were 4 of us there, I think.
There were a couple meetings.
There had been a previous meeting also. If you're going to put this stuff on an Australian ballot, you can't discuss it at that time. Any discussion has to take place ahead of time. How do you get people to go to the discussions?
Just say it. Make it decide.
We have a motion to adjourn.
Second.
There's a second to that. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of adjourning, please signify by saying aye. Opposed?